Ladies and gentlemen, people, wake the fuck up. Get amped, because I am. We have a great stream in store for today. The new Aiden has actually gotten sleep on streams now. I slept, I had a great sleep, and I'm just ready, man. I just feel ready, I feel prepared. Realizing that a lot of my self-identified shortcomings were actually exacerbated by sleep, because apparently sleeping a few nights a week, it just like isn't good for you. Some people have been telling me. I'm just finding this out now, I guess, for the first time. So decided to make some changes on that front, just a little bit. Why is chat not showing? Hold on. One sec. What is up, people? What is up? Chat is just not displaying for some reason. I don't know why. Refresh. Refresh. Oh. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. So, we've got a packed docket today. A lot is happening. Let's take a look at the inbox here real quick. Might as well go through that while we wait. Or not wait. We're not really waiting for anything, are we? Apparently an old resurfaced DeOrio clip is making the rounds. Anisa Jomha has bravely come out against it after Nicholas DeOrio bravely called her out for making a ethnically offensive accent. So let's take a look at this, okay? Let's take a look at this. Fucking hate my life. Okay, hold on. Where are we? Thank you for saving my work shift today? No, thank you for being here, man. However many of you there actually fucking are. One sec. Yo, thank you so much for the $2. Jeez. Can we get an eyeball update? My eye is back to normal. Yeah, last night I just had an epiphany. And here's the thing, right? I'm obviously not a fucking addict or anything. But sometimes I don't know how to do things in moderation. And when I was a teenager, I smoked a fuck ton of weed. In the years since, I had like a rule for myself that essentially I could still smoke weed. It just couldn't be mine, and I could never keep it at my place. So I kept this rule for years, right? I would smoke weed, and then there'd be no problem. Then I turned 21. I went all out. I bought a fuck ton of weed, and I realized I was just becoming a stoner again. So I came to a realization. I said, is this really what you want for yourself? I mean, you go on stream and you talk about these weed smoking degens all the time. Is this really what you want for yourself? And I said no. And last night, I flushed hundreds of dollars worth of marijuana down the toilet. And I'm kind of regretting that decision in regards to, I should have just like given it to somebody for like half price. But, you know, it is what it is, right?
But
Tonka, when did the tears come out of my eyes? I was crying.
when did the tears come out of your eyes? Probably when that girl said she wasn't your girlfriend on that post. That was the saddest shit I've ever seen.
What girl said she wasn't my girlfriend?
When you posted a picture of you holding somebody's hand.
I'll tell you why I didn't give it away. Because this is what would happen. Because I know me, okay? I like to think I know myself here a little bit. Until I found someone to give it away to, it would sit in my apartment where I would be smoking it in the meantime, right? And I'd probably, knowing me, procrastinate. I'd say, I'll go ask if he wants it tomorrow. I'll go ask if he wants it tomorrow. And tomorrow never comes, does it? Tomorrow never comes. And next thing you know, the entire problem that was meant to be solved by me giving it away has now been exacerbated.
Just trying to be vague about it, and then they're like, "You have a girlfriend?" And the girl's like, "No, he's my best friend."
Dude, you have no idea.
So I said, you know what? I'll cut my losses. Who cares? You know, you can always make some money back. I'm not going to make money back while I'm stoned, though. So, flushed it. I'm keeping my rule. Yeah, going strong. I mean, I slept great. Yeah.
What you're
That was
talking
funny
about.
as fuck.
It's hilarious.
No,
It's
that was funny as
absolutely
fuck.
hilarious.
Okay, so that didn't
I
happen,
keep my
Nick.
personal
Nick,
life-
did that happen or not?
Yeah, it absolutely.
Wait, sorry. We're not listening to this clip.
Bud.
Tonka, when did the tears come out of my eyes? I was crying.
When did the tears come out of your eyes? Probably when that girl said she wasn't your girlfriend on that post. That was the saddest shit I've ever seen.
What girl said she wasn't my girlfriend?
When you
On what
posted a
post?
picture of you holding somebody's hand, just trying to be vague about it, and then they're like, "You have..."
Yeah, like to insinuate that they were partners or together in some capacity, and then the girl actually replies. Which is, by the way, such an evil move. Such a fucking evil move. Like, if you're a woman, alright, if you're a woman and you know that there's, like, some guy that's, like, so getting such a lack of, like, game that he's just tweeting out a photo of him holding your hand, let him have it, okay? Nobody's gonna know it's you. Let him have it. To actually go and reply to that post is, like, comically evil. Holy shit. It's like, fucking, that's like, dude, it's just like, nobody's gonna know that it's you. It's demonic.
Have a girlfriend? And the girl's like, no, he's my best friend.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
That was funny as fuck.
It's hilarious.
The only reason this doesn't hit so hard in hindsight is because Tonka was like in a wheelchair and trying to hide that fact from people while making this insult. It's like, listen, bro. At least whoever you're talking to can still walk. Hate to say it, man. Hate to say it.
No, that was funny
Absolutely
as
hilarious.
fuck. Okay, so that didn't
I
happen,
keep my
Nick.
personal
Nick,
life-
did that happen or not?
Yeah, it absolutely happened.
You posted a vague picture.
I got a lot of shit for making a joke. I don't remember. Dude, what was it? Yes! So there's this guy. I used to be friends with him. This guy called Dominic, a.k.a. Young Crip. God rest his soul. He died a few years back. But we were on Twitter, and I made some sort of joke like that because he was, like, taking digs at me. So I took one. He was like, I forgot what his disses against me were, but it was funny. But he was taking diss at me. So I took a diss back. The guy's in a wheelchair, okay? I guess I did ask him to settle this with a 50-meter dash. I don't fucking remember. But that was the point. And then all of the sudden, out of literally nowhere, the mob of, like, British, morally posturing fucktards that always seem to be around to chime in and be like, yeah, mate, this isn't cool, mate. At that point in time, when the commentary community was run by Angloids, they all come onto that tweet, and they're like, what a fucked up thing to say, man. God, you've become such an asshole. I'm, like, 14 years old, by the way. And Young Crip, may God rest his soul, who is definitely in heaven right now, dude, he came out at the time. One of the British guys that was dissing me for this was a dude called Inabber. He was later in, like, the I'm Alex crew. He sent some tweet, a screenshot of Inabber, and replied to him with it and said, at least when Aiden is shit-talking me, he's doing it to my face. And it showed Inabber making fun of Young Crip behind the scenes while pretending to be his friend in DMs. And then all the focus, I'm like, sucks to suck, the Aiden curse, back at it again. You made your fucking bed, now go lay in it, you redcoat fuck.
Of you holding somebody's hand or like fucking some shit, and then do you have a girlfriend? She's like, no, he's my best friend and not my girlfriend.
Do not talk about my fucking personal life on here.
It's not your personal life. It's a tweet you made. It's a tweet you made, Nick.
Publicly,
Nick, it's a tweet you made. That's not your personal life.
Do not fucking.
It's a tweet you made. It's not your personal life. It's a tweet, not your personal life, dork.
Whoa, you think it's cool to talk like I intentionally don't name people like this specifically because I keep that.
I gotta play up an accent more, bro. I gotta play up. I miss it. So you add a W to the word talk. So you say talk. Yeah, I was just talking to him about this the other day.
It's part of my life. Very
I missed it. I gotta play it
off
up.
the internet.
No, you don't. You try to post it and look cool, and you didn't look cool.
It was her idea to make the fucking post in the first place. I told her not
I'm
to
sure
comment
it
on
was.
She did. That's none of your fucking business.
Then why'd you post it on Twitter,
It doesn't belong
Nick?
in this argument.
It's
Taco.
none of
That's
my
ridiculous.
business.
Yeah, it's not your business's cope when once it's public and can be discussed. We all know this. Which is why, once again, not to sound bitter or anything, I'm not bitter. I'm not a bitter guy, okay? I just let things go. But which is why Jay Stock's cope of I somehow did something that was like exceptionally more disrespectful than what he was doing to me by making a joke about the cherry shit. That cope of, oh, well, when you did it to me, it was outside the scope of content, is such insane, fucking ungodly, larger than his body fucking cope. Holy shit. Crazy stuff. If it is, unless it's personally identifying information, if they're actions of your own, it has been made public, right? It's fair game. It's all fair game. It's fair game. And speaking of things that are fair game, this transitions us nicely. Okay, not the transition you're thinking of. That's not happening. Transitions us nicely. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to tell you. I have something I need to tell you. No. So, for those of you that don't know, I went through a rough patch in my streaming and personal life between late December and February. I did a lot of reckless things, okay? Made my fair share of enemies. Made my own bed. I gotta lay in it. But with that being said, right? With that being said, some things got leaked at this point in time, including me confessing my feelings for someone who was at the time a friend. Now, this got blown out of the water. The rumor mill spread. People speculated that the reason that I had been, because this person was in the art commentary community and had a falling out with Lyle Convoy, there was speculation that my coverage about Lyle Convoy was because of this person. That is unequivocally false, okay? That is unequivocally false. Yes, I did crash out over mid. It's not even mid at this point. It's worse than mid, dude. I've seen some of the photos. But with that being said, right, this person did opportunistically try to jump in when I was getting a bunch of shit and like totally flipped on me, despite privately cheering on various behaviors of mine and in hindsight what I deem to be reckless in my regard, on my end. But they're not responsible for it, nor did they motivate it in any capacity. There was something else that motivated my particular dislike towards Lyle Convoy, which I guess those of you who know what that thing is know. But as a result of this, I guess this person ran off with Given Ant, who is somebody that I've also had my fair share of disputes with. I'm not talking about Laya. Yet name comes out of my mouth. Oh, so you're talking about Lio again. His name is being referenced. This isn't about him. I can say his fucking... Is this like Lord Voldemort? Are we dealing with Voldemort right now? I can't even say the guy's fucking name. Lio Convoy. What are you gonna fucking do about it? Probably gotten off the fucking couch in like 2 weeks. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing! You're gonna do nothing about it. You wanna know why you're gonna do nothing about it? Because you can do nothing. Sorry. It's good coffee. But listen, in the course of my friendship with this person, I thought I was experiencing something that, may have been feelings. I thought I needed to be honest and transparent about it. So that transparency, I very autistically made that clear. They said they weren't looking for anything at that point in time, and I wasn't like I wasn't looking for a relationship. I just wanted to be transparent with the feelings and see where it went from there. I hadn't known them long enough to consider an actual relationship. Then people have been coming to me directly saying, look what she's saying about you and shit. And it was her just like confiding in people that she was developing an attraction to me. And I was going to see where it went from there. Now, events, when I saw she, you know, how quickly she threw me under the bus, etc. And then Perry kind of came out. I got saved from that trap. Okay, I got saved from that trap. At which point, I caught feelings for somebody else. Now, I'm going to tell you this very clear and very transparently. In approximately 1 hour from now, a document is going to be dropped on me. Okay? This person has been working on a document about me for a few weeks now. I was tipped off about it, and I've actually read it in full. And this is my response. I'm kidding, dude. What are we talking about? No. Okay. So back to where we were on the story. So that happens. And then my drama happens. And then I'm out. I got you, though. I fucking got your ass. So my drama happens. And I'm out of it for a while. And I move on, right? I move on. But I guess this person is spoken about in my circle again when Givenant chases after her, and I guess there was like some Himpleton drama. That's what I call them now, Himpleton dramas. There's just like so many. I don't care. Someone's like, did you see that Givenant lied in response to like Goat Kato discussing like the Time LG drama involving like Soul Skibbity's call with, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not the guy to talk about this. I think Inut got me on stream once. I didn't know what the fuck to say. But people started hating Goat Kato for unrelated reasons. And a lot of people came to the same conclusion that I did privately, where despite me not hating this person, I don't think she did anything, you know, wrong to me at least, right? I simultaneously think I completely misread who she was, and I think that she is somebody that just likes to have a bunch of people around and get attention from them. Obviously, who doesn't? But like is willing to like be manipulative in the course of that, and then just like throw people out under the bus, which is fine, right? Which is fine. But I guess that while she was doing this, she's also been expecting certain people to you know, fight her battles for her. I heard that allegation made against Givenant. And he apparently like called in on her behalf onto some, I don't even fucking know. Point being, somebody has dropped a video essay, and I feel obligated to cover it because there's a good chance I'm mentioned in it, okay? And if there's anything funny in it, it will be talked about and relitigated. So you know what? Let's watch it. Let's watch it together, friends. This was made by a person. I'm not kidding you. This person's name is Anisa. So a YouTuber by the name of Anisa has dropped a video essay like an hour ago on Goat Kato. All right, so we're gonna do the AIDS Gang 9/11 retrospective. Yeah, the AIDS Gang 9/11 retrospective. So shout out to Anisa with his beautiful video documentary, man. Beautiful Anisa, beautiful Anisa, dude. Wait, where is it? Did he take the video down? Did he not? Is it on another channel? Oh, wait, his second, okay, probably put this on his second channel. Okay, got you. Wait, it's not on there either. All right, we're calling this guy. Right now. I swear he just had this thing up. I'm calling him right now. Yo, thank you so much for the 3 from... Checking that now. Thank you so much for the 3 from... Sardino! You look extra wrinkly today, buddy. Have a good Goymas Eve. Thanks, man. Okay, he didn't pick up. Let me check Twitter. Maybe he has like a third channel that I don't know about. I swear this was out now. What is Amos's Twitter, dude? Alright, let's check.
GoCado is
Alright, it's out. It's not even a video essay. It's an 8-minute video on a third channel called Okay, you know what? I don't even know this. Why does everybody pick the stupidest fucking names? Okay. Here we go.
GoCado is
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The complete video
a
essay.
goth BPD art commentary YouTuber. Goat has been around the internet for a long time, posting animations and at one point dating
This is gonna be the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
Birdie. Over the past couple of months,
You know, oh yeah, of course I know Amos. I was just saying this. I just wanted to call him Anna.
many men have been embarrassed by poor attempts at chivalry. This by itself is just funny high school drama, but aside from that is the mountain of snaky and retarded behavior, as well as doxing by GoCado. I've ran out of topics to even put on my second channel, so
I'm sorry. She what? Who did she dox?
yeah, let's get into it.
Here on the Aiden Underground channel, me, Aiden Underground, as well as the rest of AIDS Gang, takes a strong stance against doxing. And if this occurred, I for one am outraged. You didn't give her your info, did you? What is she gonna... First of all, no, she doesn't have my info. She doesn't even know what my full name is. Second of all, she doesn't have my number. It doesn't have any of my personal accounts. You have to realize, like, this never went anywhere. Gamma has her personal Insta, I guess. I don't. But, yeah, but no, that's not a concern. But even if it did happen, like, you don't think I already am prepared for that every single waking moment? You just gotta always be planning on your shit leaking when you, like, do YouTube or have a public online presence. Just, like, always expect that there's just gonna be one day where people figure out everything about you. Nobody's immune from that, especially if you show your face online, and just be prepared for it.
Only pedophiles in denial. Is anything worthwhile?
Playing a negative XP song immediately lost me, Anus. Horrible video. I will be disliking.
3 commentary YouTubers fought for the chance of goth
This is Aiden's destiny moment.
pussy.
What the fuck?
Many virgins have fallen, but one has managed to come out on top. So let's meet the players. Aiden Underground, a
What?
drama streamer, Jewish, Destiny Skinwalker, and gay. Given a
Okay, you can't have it both ways. Okay, you can't have it both ways. All right, you make fun of me for the e-girl shit. Fine, make fun of me for the e-girl shit, but you can't keep calling me gay then. You can't keep calling me gay then also, because last time I checked, she was a woman. So what's going on here?
ACC drama streamer, that retarded, and looks like a pedophile. Astro John, does anybody really know who this is? The story begins with GoCado ending
Yeah,
things
which is why it was like she was like tweeting about him and shit.
with A-Space. People got wind of this and thought this was finally their chance. They ran to talk to Goat like a tweaker to a bump of coke.
With Gold Cato and said that he likes her like that he loves her. And then she said
Wait,
that she didn't see him the same way.
I'm cutting out the
Is my
live
under-
Dickers reaction.
The first
Isn't this the same guy that literally said it's normal if women bleed out of their pussy during sex? And he's shocked that I liked a woman. Shocked!
person to try was Aiden. Throughout the months, Aiden would try his best to win GoCado's heart. GoCado would state that they think they are starting to develop feelings for Aiden, and Aiden subsequently said they like GoCado and got completely rejected. Or did he? It is funny to rag on him, though. Do you see him seem like he wasn't totally crazy and thinking he might have a chance? I mean, Goat did say they had somewhat of an attraction.
If somebody is calling you saying that if you're in a 4-hour call with somebody and they're saying none of their last relationships worked out for X, Y, and Z, and they're looking for X, Y, and Z, and you're all of those things, and like constantly complimenting you, and then you're getting sent messages that they are confessing to developing an attraction for you, of course you're gonna think you have a fucking chance. No shit. No shit you're gonna think you have a chance.
attraction to him. But what does seem more likely is the only reason why things didn't blossom more is because it was a convenient drop of a friend for Go. Because Aiden doxed
Yeah, like that is.
someone.
I never doxed any. I did spread someone's dox. So once again, false reporting from Anus.
Lyle Convoy's wife.
You're nothing but bones. Do you understand me, Muhammad? And if I have to start contacting your family, I will. Play the game with me. You will lose it very quickly.
Well, okay, in my defense, he invited us to play the game, and I was just playing the game that he invited us to. Am I not allowed to play a game? Just a mutual game? He says, play the game with me and I will bring your family into this. I just played the game. What's the problem?
I have more resources than you do, and I'm a lot smarter than you.
Throughout many months, Aiden was very hellbent on A-logging Lyle Convoy. Go Kato slowly distanced herself from Aiden, all the
Play this game with me, Lyle, when you actually go and play the game with him.
while knowing she was somewhat complicit. The reason being they sent a picture of Lyle Convoy's wife as a quote-unquote joke. Yeah, because people just totally dox people as a goof.
It was just for laughs, you know? Why aren't you laughing?
This is between Himpleton.
I wouldn't consider this a dox. She didn't dox. That's not a dox. That's not. Listen, to be charitable to her, that's. I don't even need to be charitable. That's obviously not a dox, because it's not published, right? She had a reasonable expectation of privacy when she showed this to me, and I didn't repost that image, right? But she had a reasonable expectation of privacy. Now, I didn't know anything about Lyle's wife prior to this. To this day, I can't figure out exactly why I know Lyle's wife's first name. I'm pretty sure it came from her, but I'm not absolutely certain on that, so just bear that in mind. But I don't think she doxed Lyle's wife because, once again, there's an expectation of privacy.
And Aiden. Himpleton says, but on top of that, Aiden, she's still framing it completely differently here than she was on streams. Can't even get the lies straight. Aiden says, love how she'll never mention the only reason I know what Lyle's wife looks like is because she DM'd me a photo of her, which I, of course, have proof of.
Now, I never leaked this. Okay? I DM'd this privately to my good friend Himpleton, and he leaked it. In his defense, I've leaked things of his asking for permission. So, totally fair game, and I don't think that this was like a bad leak that makes me look bad, but it just looks like, oh, I'm trying to blame her so that I could get out of this. I'm not, because I wasn't intending for this message to be publicized. So, that's not, you know. That's doxing, my guy? No, doxing requires publication. Her sending a photo from one DM to another of somebody she believes will keep something private, and I did keep it private, somebody she believes will keep something private, and then there's a reasonable expectation of privacy and one-on-one communications, etc. The publication aspect of doxing is not met. There's no publication of this information if you're sharing it with one person privately. So no, what she did is not doxing. It's bad. Don't get me wrong. It's still bad, but it's not doxing.
Love? She's the first one to ever show me the face of Lyle Convoy's wife.
The second person to try is Ac7ionman, and this is more important context to the snaky claim. Now, I was partially involved in this situation. I'm not going to air out.
She was the first one to show me the face, and then the first person to give me the occupation, age, appearance, etc. Address, last name, etc. of the wife was Lyle Convoy.
All of what happened with John specifically, but Ac7ionman was going through a rough patch and was being self-destructive. Gokato knew this, but refused to kick him out of the server. Kicking him would be the normal thing to do, but instead she created a private VC where she did talk a lot of shit about John. I said
It was, okay, I can elaborate. This was really weird. So she had like this private server where she would like hang out and I joined, we'd play Warzone and shit. And John was just like in her server, I guess. And it was like, you know, I don't dislike John. I don't dislike John at all. John is, and I mean this with all due respect, he's just an easy target. He's just like an easy target. I don't like easy target, going after easy targets, because I think there's no honor. There's no honor in that game. You know what I mean? This is why I don't like someone like Laya, because Laya only goes after easy targets and will only address like will only be willing to address the arguments of competent targets when it's like a specific argument he would be able to win on, right? But within this server, at some point, she had developed the feeling that John was bad. John was obviously very into her. And what John would do is he would like spend all day in her VCs. If nobody was in VC, he would just be there by himself, right? And I guess she knew that he was into her, and I think he confided it. Well, I don't remember exactly. He confided it to someone that told her. At some point, she knew. And she kept him, despite, I guess, not. I don't remember exactly what happened in between here, but this is the part that like kind of struck me the wrong way. She would keep him around, be fine to him in VC, and then he would leave. And then the second he left, she would say to the whole VC, like, something like, thank God, or like, thank God, and then proceed to, you know, talk about all his negative qualities or whatever. And it's like, although I can agree that there were certain aspects of John that make it annoying to constantly engage with him in VC, simultaneously, if you think all of these things are true, why are you keeping him around? And then it got worse. So she would come to me and she would just complain to me about this guy. She would be like, he's making me feel really weird and you know, I just don't know what to do. And I said, why don't you just ban him? Why don't you just ban him from your server? And I was actually kind of shocked because the way that I viewed her, I thought she was like very independent and like just took like, I guess that's what I like in women. I like independence. I like women that don't immediately defer to someone else when they have a problem. And I said to her, then why don't you just ban him from your server? I don't remember exactly what she said. I guess maybe, and I realize now in hindsight, although she's able to take initiative on so many other things, she kept him around in the server just to complain about him to me and others because something about that is appealing to her. I don't know exactly what that is, but just like something about having like a guy that like a loser that's like that's like in love with her that she can just like sit there and complain about and embarrass in John's case is I don't know, appealing to her. And I think that is like obviously a huge red flag.
Multiple times she should kick him from the server, but she refused to do so. The reason being is that I felt that Ac7ionman being there, we're just kind of aiding him and still being online and being a fucking loser. And I felt that like if he wasn't in the server, he wouldn't have these connections so he could actually go outside and start creating a life for himself. Regardless, John said he felt like he got led on by GoCato and Icy Chat, and Goat was, well, furious about that.
Icy Chat mention. I never saw her overtly lead him on. She just talks in a more sexually suggestive way with literally everyone. I think that's a result of her being terminally online. I don't know. She said she was gonna like groom dickers and shit. So I don't know if she necessarily led him on. Could she have? Maybe. I could see her doing that. Could she have played into it? Maybe. But I didn't actually witness any of that firsthand.
They got so fed up, in fact, that she ran to Spurg on Twitter about again.
Yeah, this was crazy to me too. It's like, yeah, so you just have like no emotional, you're complaining about a nobody and your like private Discord server drama on fucking Twitter. Where is? Yo, thank you so much for the $1 from. I just saw that on Streamlabs. 8009X. Off topic, but I'm sad, low key. Off topic, I'm sad, low key, but you really pretty. Thank you.
Just some loser shut-in Spurg that hasn't touched a woman in his life. Can I also just say real quick how much I fucking hate Hellbent? They're so insufferable and such a fucking pick me, dude. After these situations, there was behind the scenes.
So true. I realized the best thing I can do in regards to the Hellbent question is just not talk about Hellbent. Let Hellbent do the talking. Let Hellbent do the talking, and history will vindicate me. I will just let Hellbent talk.
People found out more about GoCato, including me. I, for one, wanted her fucking nuked off the platform. So I posted screenshots of Goat's little gay hug box, where they were praising somebody getting falsely sued because of a petty grudge, which I think obviously is just kind of shitty behavior. I don't wish for life ruination on anyone, only unless you like diddle a kid or something, I guess.
I guess we're different like that. I wish for that for everyone I cover in a negative fashion.
I did try to get a conversation with Go, but I was obviously denied, which...
But given Anne immediately messaged me asking if I was down to have a conversation right after.
For some reason happens to be a common occurrence. I don't know, maybe I'm the problem. Besides Go being rightfully referred to as the commentary bicycle throughout this, nukes were finally dropped. What was discovered was a pattern of behavior, some of the stuff I just walked you through. The truth is that Goat is a massive snake that loves to use people to fight their battles, throws them under the bus when it's convenient. Besides the thing I just referred to, there's also a couple of things to note about Go. A big thing in particular is Go and Ace's DMs. The context surrounding these is a story I would rather drink bleach than cover, but
is this gonna leak? I've heard a lot about this in private. I don't know if like the details have been fully leaked yet, have they?
The thing you need to know is a minor sent DD, the most infamous evil child tape on the internet. Goat had a really fucking retarded idea of getting involved in this situation, which you shouldn't. You should never touch the poo ever, especially when it's this situation where there's illegal material being involved. Regardless though, Goat got Lio involved.
I thought getting involved meant like covering it. She didn't just cover it. She tried to like rally people together to go deal with this. She actually was like talking to the miners directly, etc. Yo, thank you so much for the 5 from 8009X. Your dog died. How did your dog die, man? I'm sorry to hear that.
An adult talk with this minor, which I find ironic considering 1, Goat is an adult, and 2, she has covered really serious situations before on their channel. The fact that she felt like she couldn't handle something like this is retarded. And regardless, I find it insane that she has to involve Lio Convoy in a situation she decided to get involved in.
Why do you need Lio? Why do you need to get involved? And then if you do get involved for whatever reason, why would you need to bring Lio Convoy in to handle it?
Was not forced at all. Go after this whole ordeal that, again, I don't want to get into too heavily, but I think it's important to know. DM somebody and said that they don't think they can mentally deal with this. Even worse, in fact, they DM'd Ace saying, I don't know, I was too high.
My little Freudian psychoanalysis for why Goat gets involved in like situations where she is defending like female minors, I guess. I think she like projects hard onto whoever it is she's defending. Because she was like a kid doing YouTube and shit, and apparently like that's how she met with people were coming after her over something. I don't know the details of the situation, but somebody came at her and it was like a big thing. And I think that like she like sees herself in some of these dramas, and like that obviously comes into play as a result. $1 from G's, a pile of poop with a face. Thank you so much, G's, for the $1. Much appreciated.
Bro, this is raped on so many levels. Not only did they not have a plan for what they were doing with something potentially this serious, wanted Lio to have a confrontation call to fight their battle for them, while supposedly also not liking them. But the cherry on top is the fact that she just tabs out because of mental issues and them being a stoner. The other thing of note throughout this entire situation that got leaked is that Go was suicide baiting.
And then they edited it, right? To be clear, I did not know that there was even going to be a call held today. This is all the normal, right? It's all normal. Also, the kitten's telling me to off myself. If that ever happens because of how badly you've twisted the situation, just know the blood falls on your hands. It's very cool to tell someone who left the community due to their mental health to go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Not really breaking the stereotypes are...
I'm trying to be fair, because I don't want to... What I don't want to do here, and I'll be honest about that, right? I don't want to now assume everything she's doing is negative because I don't like her now and was biased at the time I was covering this. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. And as I'm reading this, hold on, I just want to hear that one more time.
If that ever happens because of how badly you've twisted the situation, just know the blood falls on... Even going to be a call held today. This is all the normal, right? It's all normal. Also, the kitten's telling me to off myself. If that ever happens because of how badly you've twisted the situation, just know the blood falls on your hands.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, that's probably fair to say it's suicide baiting. Yeah. The problem you have with that is that the guy reading this has done the exact same thing. In a pathetic call with his Discord mods, upon getting reasonable criticism for his like disgusting behavior, he did at the time say that this shit makes him want to reach into a doggone box, pull a gun out and shoot himself. So, you know, message is correct. It's just the messenger here is a little bit, you know. Thank you so much for the other 5 8009X. Happy late birthday. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for the $1, Will. A pile of poop with a face. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. $1 from Patrick. A pile of poop. Stop giving me shit. But I appreciate it.
It's very cool to tell someone who left the community.
I don't care about any of this, Aiden. You're on a stream being watched by other people, and you feel the need to let me know, as multiple topics are and will be discussed of a great variety, to let me know that you personally do not care about the topic I'm presently discussing, as if that is somehow gonna motivate me just to, you know what, guys, let's change course just for fucking Kyle Butler over here. So you are either such a narcissistic, egocentric, self-centered fucking asshole with no self-awareness that you're actually expecting me to go and do anything without information, and then secondly, either none of those things are true, and you're just like autistic and feel the need to constantly exclaim how you're feeling at all times, despite nobody else clearly being interested in what you have to say.
Community due to their mental health to go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Not really breaking the stereotypes, are we, Go? After all this
I'm sorry, I was just being, okay, yeah, it was a little harsh.
drama and Goat's reputation being raped to the ground, Ant and Goat got together. This was a private thing they didn't really want to be leaked, but after iNut's stream and Hempleton faking DMs, their relationship got leaked.
Anything is because we wanted to keep it pretty much like a private matter because we didn't want to make it public spectacle, but whatever, as in friends want to leak shit. Well, like, whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. When a lot of stuff happened with the stuff with Hidden Heroin, and keep it, I had no feelings. I didn't really care. I was already in a relationship with somebody, and I didn't really have any. I had no feelings for her. She was just like a friend. Down the road, after a lot of stuff, after a lot of the drama that happened, we started talking more, and then we became a lot closer. Current day, yes.
Okay.
I wish this man the best of luck on his endeavors. Listen, I kind of owe it to Given Ant because Given Ant sacrificed his life to save mine. Had my endeavors achieved the direction they were likely going and become successful, God knows what conversation we would be sitting here today having. Could have been so much worse.
And I really do gotta say, just thinking about this from an optics perspective for Ant, this guy got raped by Kasari, made each other look retarded in a weird debate, hasn't uploaded in months, then violates the bro code. Truly evil. Ant, in the fallout of admitting the relationship was indeed a thing, deleted his channel and ran away in great e-dating love.
I like how for some reason when I'm streaming, every video it's like goes at like 5 frames per second, and like 360p.
For a relationship that is probably going to last 6 months and it's never going to be IRL. Only time will tell when Go will burn the bridge with him and snake him. So context aside and the fact that I'm up to probably the 8-minute mark, what is the conclusion? Go is a massive
nice young man
that will use people to
Whoa! What the fuck? What was that meant to cover? What was that meant to cover up?
fight for them, snake people, dox someone, and it's the commentary bicycle whore. Welcome to the Shitpost channel. I've been Amos.
Dude, this anus guy is like kind of spitting and then not. What did he just cover up? Well, anyways. Listen. Dodged a bullet. Do I like women? Yeah. Have I liked women? Yeah. Have I liked women? Yeah. Am I going to like more women? And do I presently? Yeah, yeah, and yeah. But with that being said, there was another story, I guess, that predated this one. Those of you that remember. Somebody just pointed it out. The tale of of Kinetic Gal. What did I learn though? I learned that feelings and affection and demonstration of that affection creates an unnecessary weak spot that is not worth it for anything you're going to get as a result of the successful completion of your extracurricular endeavors with members of the female race. So what I've learned from that is that I will never express feelings for another human being in any capacity again. With that being said, those of you that know the Kel drama, a big thing about the Kel drama was the drama. Big thing about the Kel developments is that, you know, as we learned, Kel was an alcoholic. Kel apparently went to rehab, and is now allegedly relapsed. I don't know. I'm wishing the best for her. But that kind of transitions us nicely into the next segment, because somebody who I've heard the name of quite often is an individual by the name of Ac7ionman. He's one of the Kick, sponsor. I don't know if he's actually sponsored by Steak, but he's one of the mainstream streamers. His name's always out there, partially because he has good clippers who clip his stuff and, you know, caption appropriately, etc. But I hear about him a lot. And he is now, his name is making the waves again. And I did some research in advance. I watched a discussion had between this Ac7ionman person and somebody by the name of Adam22. Sounds like me and Ac7ionman have similar backgrounds in terms of, you know, socioeconomics, etc. But the difference between me and Ac7ionman is that where I became a stoner, Ac7ionman ended up becoming a heroin addict. He got addicted to heroin at age 19, and then in 2017, apparently kicked the habit. But by his own admission, since then, he uses other substances just so long as it isn't, you know, heroin. I think he's like 34 now or whatever. Now, people, as of late, have been calling this sort of rule he's written for himself to refrain from heroin usage and sobriety in general, or heroin sobriety. They've been calling all of this into question because he's been exhibiting behavior on his streams that many have considered consistent with behaviors of an addict. Now, last night, or it was last night or 2 nights ago, he allegedly met some homeless guy and brought him onto stream for the content. All right, this is what we're being told. And it was with this homeless guy. By the way, I see all the super chats and everything. Much appreciated. I'll be reading those as soon as I'm done with my little ramble here. Him and this homeless guy went out for a, you know, I guess a dinner or something beforehand, where viewers noticed that something a bit strange was going on at this dinner. Whoa, hold on. Fuck. Now, for those of you that don't know, with the usage of opiates, such as heroin, it's called nodding off, right? Where you kind of look like you're sleeping, but in many cases, they're still upright or standing, and they look like they're sleeping, but not. You see this with substances like heroin, opiate, heroin is an opiate, but opiate-related substances.
Someone have for real.
Apparently he's throwing. Okay, I didn't realize that just like happened on the. Okay, cool. So he threw up too. Got it. Thanks. Didn't need to see that. But anyways, well, I could see it. I could see it because I'm not bothered by vomit. But apparently, there are some people that treat vomit like it's gore, and will literally sit here and like actually like have like a mini heart attack when they see someone throw up, and it's like, grow a fucking pair, you baby. Oh my god, regurgitated food. Oh my, I can't see. I can't watch. It's like, grow up. It's not like you're looking at blood. It's not like you're looking at guts. You're looking at regurgitated food. It's fucking stomach acids and digested food, which you were fine watching the person eat. So grow the fuck up. Grow a pair. It's vomit. You fucking loser. Sorry. Some people, listen, I know people have like a metaphobia or whatever, but like the way people treat vomit is like, to me, is just like completely, it's like, what is the big deal here? Anyways, some were saying that it was narcolepsy. There was speculation. But the night ended with this clip that is also now making the rounds and getting him in, creating further discussion. So after this dinner with this homeless guy, he goes back to what I think is his place. I mean, obviously it's not the homeless guy's place. Where this happens. Well, okay, I can't play. Okay. We have to mute the audio because there was certain music being played through by his stream chat while he was nodding off. Yes, that is unfortunately Johnny Rebel. Yeah. But yeah, so he's like nodding off and stuff. The homeless guy's like on cloud nine. I mean, obviously weed didn't do this. The biggest tell that he didn't just fall asleep is because he's sitting up while he's like nodding off, which is like a heroin thing, I guess. Now, of course, he denies this using heroin. People are like, no, dude, no shot. I believe him. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. His excuse was the following. He claims that what he was interacting with was not heroin, or any opiate for that matter. What he was interacting with was a pill that he got from a gas station. Sounds like bullshit, right? Sounds like a load of bullshit. Except he's not bullshitting, and I'll tell you why. Do not take these, suggesting that this is like the thing. Or this was beforehand, wasn't it? Was this when they were at dinner? I don't remember exactly when this happened, but this is what he took. Dozo Perks. See, it's not, they could get away with it. It's not spelled like Percocet or PRC, it's PERK. Pills, and these are, as I verified, sold in gas stations. Now, what do these pills do? It's obviously marketed towards drug users by using the name of a perk, but whatever's in it is legal. So how strong could it really be? What do they do? Well, I did some research, okay? I got to the bottom of this. What these pills contain is something known as 7-OH, also known as 7-hydroxymidrogynin. And what this thing is it is found in the leaves of the kratom, which is also a legal controversial substance, but it's not kratom because it's found in the leaves in such a small extent that I don't even think it does a whole lot. But so typically when they make it for like products like these, they actually have to go through like a semi-synthetic process because it's more expensive and takes longer if you're just getting it and not economically viable if you're actually just getting it from the leaves of kratom because there's not a whole lot in it. But that's where it comes from. Now, what is this thing exactly? What is it? What does it do to you? Well, it's technically legal, right? Kratom's been legal. This is technically legal, although in 2025, the FDA tried to make it a controlled substance. I don't know where those efforts have gone or if they're still underway. But what this substance does is, like heroin, like fentanyl, etc., it binds to the same opiate receptors. It induces, as a result of this, similar effects. It is, in fact, some of these effects and its mechanism are so similar that you can get what's called a cross tolerance, where If you take a lot of this, you'll have a tolerance to something like heroin or vice versa, right? Not in a good way. I'm not saying it's a good thing. But basically, this thing is completely legal and it functions like heroin. Effects-wise, etc. And I would imagine that there could, as a result of the cross-tolerance thing, this would be speaking purely from speculation, there would potentially be, maybe, I don't know, cross-addiction. It is addictive. This substance is addictive. Very addictive. Some studies found that it has like 13 times the potency of something like morphine, right? Now, there's a lack of research on it. We know heroin and opiates are deadly, right? There's a lack of research on if you're ingesting this orally like he did. There's a lack of research on the LD50 of the drug. And the LD50 is basically, it's the lethal dose for half of the people taking this. What would be the lethal dose for about half the people that would consume it, right? There's no LD50 orally because there's a lack of research. What research did find is that when taken, when injected alongside migraine, when these two are injected together, which, by the way, in addition to the 7-OH, these pills also contain migraine, but when those two things are injected together, they caused respiratory depression in mice, meaning the mice had labored or stopped breathing as a result. So we don't fully know what the deal with this thing is, but we know that it's, to some extent, could be described as sort of a safer, in big quotation marks, legal fentanyl. Right? Now, don't do this. I don't think I need to tell you that. You will get addicted, and that addiction will co-occur with opiates, right? So the tolerance, the craving, etc., it co-occurs with opiates because this binds to your opiate receptors. It's not fun. It's not a fun life to go down. It's not what you want, okay? It's not what you want. Look at you. Look at you. So big and strong and happy. Is this really what you want? It's not what I want. Shouldn't be what you want either. So don't get involved with this. Now, is this technically a relapse? No. But it basically is. And it's basically going to get you to the point when they pull this shit off shelves, the addiction's still going to be there. And I'm sure for a former heroin addict, he's probably reminiscing about how fucking good heroin was when he's taking shit like this. So I truly... you know, I don't know what the deal is over there. Hold on, let me read super chats real quick. Just, thank you so much to everyone that decided to tip today, including, how about No Loser with the 4, a pair giving me a coffee, 4 Canadian. Dude, Canadians are like my top guys. So thank you so much. Anyways, do not take shit that you could buy at a gas station just because it's legal. You have to remember that for a while in the US, K2 Spice was legal. It's like legal marijuana or whatever. And it was a synthetic cannabinoid that is actually dangerous in comparison to weed and has nightmarish effects. And people would get that from the gas station and smoke it. It caught on more in the United Kingdom than it did in the United States. But I know that Kratom itself is more of a gray area. I'm not too familiar with what exactly it is that Kratom does. I've never taken it or had an urge to take it. But whatever this is, based on what I've read about it, it sounds incredibly fucking addictive. And people talk about a gateway drug. This literally is like a cross tolerance with opiates. So I'd imagine this would be the closest thing to an actual gateway drug. K2 is fun. I don't think K2 is fun. I could be off on that. Are those available? Do not ask me about... I'm not trying to tell... No, that was not the point of this fucking segment. At the end of the day, you have to understand that you're only human, and it's great if you want to kick a habit, but you have to understand you're going to have human urges to go back to doing the behavior that you used to do that was so destructive for you, and that's why you have to take as much control as possible over your environment, right? And when you're a streamer like this guy is, you're probably constantly around drugs, albeit not as heavy of drugs, but you're constantly around drugs, and you remember the high of heroin. So as you're using all these other drugs, with that prior experience with heroin, you probably are always looking for more. And that voice that urges you to go do it again. I mean, I don't know what would possess you to go take gas station pills in the first place, other than that, you know, you're reminiscing on that old feeling and you want to feel something more, like what you're doing isn't cutting it anymore, etc. But you have to kind of, like, knowing you're a former addict, keep yourself in the right environment where the chance of relapse is reasonably prevent or inhibited, right? And I feel like this sort of kick streamer lifestyle, being in Miami, being around fucking drugs all the time, being able to do whatever the fuck you want when you want, it just, like, sounds like a recipe for a relapse. My dad will buy any cigarettes from anywhere. Okay, cigarettes don't get you high, but I wouldn't even, I'm like such a snob. Before I could buy legally, I bummed cigarettes off this woman. No, some woman came to me asking me for money. You get that a lot in California because you have a lot of homeschool, etc. And you know what? This time I said, I normally don't give money. I'll give something else. But I said, you know what? I said this time, I said, sure, I'll give you money, but use something from me. And I think at that point, she might have been wondering if I was looking for something else. But what I meant by that was, I said, you got cigarettes on you? And she said, yeah. And I said, all right, I'll give you $5 for 2 cigarettes. You know, she could keep my idea. So she brings out this pack of this unrecognizable, I don't know what it looked like, the most off-brand, cheapest cigarettes you've ever seen in your life. And she gives it to me. And I walk away. And I throw it out. I'm such a fucking snob. I wouldn't smoke it. I threw it out. It was like, I don't know how I could just, like, go to a fucking gas station and take whatever pills on the shelf. Why would I make that any part of that story up? How does this story, it makes me look like a fucking snob. No, not Pall Malls. It was like, they were like 100. Not Marlboro 100. The cigarettes were something hundreds, but it wasn't like Marlboro hundreds. It was like, it was in a red and white case, as if they wanted you to think it was Marlboro, but it was something else. I don't remember exactly what it was. I had a guy in my school who smoked some brand of cigarette. Dude, this Queeman guy, Queeman hand rolls his cigarette. I've never seen anyone do this. I know it used to be a cut. But this guy will just, like, stop. We'll be standing somewhere, and he'll stop, and he'll just start, like, rolling up a cigarette. It's like, dude, you're rolling up a cigarette? What is the point of that? Why? I don't get it. That's Aura? Brits do that? Actually, I have seen that before. I knew an Australian, I didn't know him. I've seen an Australian do that before when I was in Munich. So it's better nicotine and no filter. Why don't I just, how good is no filter? How crazy is it? How crazy is it? How good is that? If I had Marlboro Reds, and hypothetically speaking, I was like, cut the filter off, I'd feel that shit, right? You can choose some. Okay, I guess that's an advantage. But you can never really eye shot. I can't really eye shot how much I want. It's just like a fucking... I don't get people who show up to school high. I honestly, like, I think, like, that's, like, the most degenerate, like, it's like, you need to get high, like, like, the thing is, right, obviously I like weed or whatever, but it's like, if you're, like, getting high before you go to school or work, you got a problem, man. You got a serious problem. You did that, though? I wouldn't show up high. Well, that's not true. That's not true at all, actually. In my younger days, but it's just like, but like when by my senior year, like there in the bathroom is where you'd go if you were looking for anything. People would always, in between every single period, be in the bathroom, hitting their vapes and their fucking carts. But like, I didn't get people who were like hitting carts in the middle of the fucking school day. Worse than I did not do edibles. Those were not edibles. Those were vitamin D gummies. Those were vitamin D gummies. They had vitamin D in them. I would not take a fucking edible on stream. And I wouldn't be able to hide that either. You'd know I just took an edible. They're literally vitamin D gummies. Edibles with vitamin D. Okay. This is ridiculous, man. We all saw when when did the vitamins kick in? Anyways. Why was my inbox, dude, this is bleaked. Gay was arrested on December 17th, 2025 on charges including possession of burglary or theft tools. Wow, dude. Crazy stuff. What is this? Aiden hairline in 2 years. I promise you this.
Another banger.
I will never let myself go bald. It won't happen. It will not happen. I will never be bald. I will never have a hairline like this, nor will I be bald. It will not happen. I don't care if I blow every cent I have. Okay, there is nothing more valuable to a fucking guy than his hair.
I can't keep my hands off the gas station pills. We have Nirvana here, and at the top it says Mood. I don't know if that's the company name or if it's just on there randomly. Both are equally possible, as far as I know, with these gas station pills. So I don't really...
$2 from Starfish. You'd like the packaging on Chinese ciggies. I've seen Korean cigarettes. I had one that had I had a Korean cigarette that had a menthol, and it was pretty good. And I've had, dude, Japanese cigarettes are also really good. I've had one of those.
What this is supposed to do. Like, I'm looking at this and all I'm just thinking about is something in the way. Lithium, smells like Teen Spirit. I'm not feeling, I don't know what this is supposed to do. A mood boost? What does that even mean? Could we be more vague?
Maybe it is lithium. Maybe it is just like lithium. Has anyone ever taken lithium? That shit's crazy, bro. That's not that crazy. But they found that in studies, when you put it places that have, there's like a correlation between more lithium in the drinking water and less occurrences of violent crime compared to when accounting for various confounding variables and comparing for other places that don't have as much lithium in the water.
Your mood, gee thanks. I don't know. Do I even want my mood boosted? I don't know. Sounds pretty threatening. This has a threatening aura. I can't wait to actually examine this. I don't know what's in this. I don't know anything about the company. We're going to find out here together on this journey, and then I'm going to actually take it, and you'll be able to see how it affects me.
Lithium's used for bipolar, not BPD. Can we get it right? I do not take lithium. I do not take lithium.
After having this experience, you'll be able to know if this is something you want to buy or not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out together. I'm Grant Harding. I'm a licensed pharmacist in 3 states, and I like to review medications for you guys so you can make better decisions. And this right
I don't know why. There's something about this guy that's just like making me really uncomfortable right now.
here, this little temptress queen of Nirvana is a gas station staple, I guess.
Some take it for BPD since it's mood stabilizing. Well, it's also used off brand or off label to treat other shit, but its main and like official line of usage is mostly just for bipolar disorder. There's no like drug for BPD. There's just drugs that treat like the maybe co-occurring symptoms like anger, depression, etc.
I don't know, somebody
Because
messaged
it's a personality disorder.
me and said I should try this, and of course I obliged. I read all comments, all DMs, all emails. I don't reply to all of them, but I
At
see
least
what
I think so. I could be off on that. I don't know. Is there like an approved?
you guys are saying. That's part of the reason why this channel has been, if you want to call it successful, because I actually listen. I actually hear what
I
you
want to
guys
see
want
him
to see.
take
That
it.
pill is 30. Look, going to be like it pretty. I'm just one who so it's
There are over-the-counter things that technically boost mood. Like St. John's wort, that is like an over-the-counter supplement you can buy. Do not buy it and take it if you are on I don't know what would be a good example. SSRIs. If you're on SSRIs, do not buy this and take this. You will have potentially like serotonin syndrome and like could die or something. But St. John's wort is like an example of this because yeah, like technically it's been proven to like mild mood boosting effects.
two different mechanisms
It's over the
to
counter.
increase acetylcholine in the brain, basically. The phenibut on here apparently is not a legal dietary supplement or medicine in the United States. And I actually called the company that made this in a different video. And they said, yes, it's not legal as a dietary supplement. And we don't
Dude,
make that claim. It's in here.
we need people who are like complain about government power are just like so mind rape. We need a really powerful government, but like one that like does shit that's like good. And it's like all the libertarians. We need like a strong Food and Drug Administration that's just like complete like the shit you're allowed to sell in this country to the consumer for consumption, for actual physical consumption is insane. We needed to do a total rework of marketing, legal marketing practices for consumed items, etc. We need to start locking in on the food game, bro, and the over-the-counter supplement game. This is crazy. Somebody said to me, because I had sleeping trouble, I would take melatonin, it did nothing for me. Somebody said buy European melatonin. I'm like, why would melatonin is melatonin? It being in Europe makes no difference. Except it does, because apparently the regulations as to like how much you're allowed to put in each dose, etc., I heard were different in Europe. But when I took that shit, it actually like worked as opposed to regular melatonin, which did jack shit for me.
But nowhere on this package is it defined as a dietary supplement. They make the argument that it's legal to have, fine, it's legal to buy, own, and consume, but you can't market it as such. And they don't. So that's their theory. I'm still not going to take this here today just because I don't want to condone the use of chemicals unless there's an actual indication for them. But let's at least open this up and maybe I'll show you what it would look like.
Does anything happen? Does anything happen? Does anything happen?
Feel like if I were to take it off camera. My mood has so been boosted. Folks, I am thoroughly convinced this pill has only been developed to make people listen to more music by the hit 1990s grunge band Nirvana. As you can see here, I am absolutely shredding this
What the
act.
fuck did the pill do to him? Bro, what was that? Huh?
To make people listen to more camera. My mood has so been boosted.
What the fuck?
Folks, I am thoroughly convinced this pill has only been developed. Another really exciting.
All right. Anyways, great stuff. Great stuff, dude. ED and DJ Party Pond 3. Put all your shit in topic suggestions going forward. You two specifically. I appreciate how active you guys are and how much you link. But sometimes the keynote gets buried. Just because you're so dedicated and link so much. Okay. We have a lot to cover. Okay. Now a video has come out. I'm hearing a lot about this. The release of a video called the EZOT nuke by a guy called Flesh Simulator. Who is Flesh Simulator? I don't know. I actually don't know. I didn't do any research for this segment. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he does, but I've been seeing this video making the rounds and everyone talking about it. So I thought, you know what? We're going to check it out and figure out what's going on here. Who is this? What is the EZOT nuke? So let's check this out. Should be a wholesome video.
Hello, my name is Thomas Gant. Yep, actually, that's my real name. Not actually Flesh Simulator. Now, you might look at me standing in front of you right here and have some questions. Namely, why are you telling us your name? Don't you want to keep that private? Well, I sure would have loved to do that. But unfortunately, a very, very unlucky individual went on a doxing campaign against me after he tried to intimidate me, after being given by name, presumably by someone who knew me. To begin in media res, I was thrust into a position of either getting to show mercy against someone being irritating or vaporizing him instantly. I, of course, chose mercy. The problem, however, arose upon the display of a personality trait that will be of great relevance to the latter half of this.
I don't like this guy. I can already tell, and it has nothing to do with the fact that he's like covered in blood. I can already tell this guy is like completely fucking insufferable. Totally insufferable.
This video. The trait in question is mistaking mercy for weakness. You see, what was originally a conscious decision on my part to spare a mentally defective upper-middle-class fetal alcohol syndrome 27-year-old Maoist man-child from massive-scale social humiliation instead of just vaporizing him on the spot.
This is like such Reddit mod tier. He thinks it's like badass. You know what this reminds me of? Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Reminds me of like Laya. Like where he talks and you could tell he thinks he's like coming off to everyone else. Like he's some cool movie character giving like a fucking cool like movie monologue or something. And it's just like, you sound like such a dork.
Was immediately repaid with actionable threats towards my family and countless Class 1 misdemeanors in the state of Virginia. You see, this is because he misunderstood the fact that I didn't to mean that I couldn't. And he—
Skip this segment. Why? Why? Dare I ask? Skip to what? And for what reason?
He thought, oh shit, if he can't do it, then I'm gonna go after him. Now, going after my family is something for which mere obliteration will no longer suffice. While I could have squashed Noah like a bug there and then, I instead—
So I have to ask myself, what was I gonna ask? I forgot what I was asking myself. Oh yeah, how big was the dox getting before he made this video? Because with doxing, it's like if you want to remain anonymous and then you get doxed and now you're not anonymous, which happens to, you know, everyone who shows their face doing this shit at one point or another. The question is, do you just ignore it and wait for it to die down and never confirm its legitimacy? Or do you decide to draw a bunch of attention to it and confirm that it's real? Well, it seems like he's picking the latter option. I don't know how big the docs got beforehand. So maybe this is just like, this is a fine thing to do for him, strategy-wise. I don't know. What I'd also like to know is the Noah guy that did it to him, is this somebody of note where like making this video is like necessary for taking down an evil force or whatever? Where like any potential harm or byproducts of you drawing additional attention to your docs would be canceled out by the overall mission of bringing this Noah guy down?
chose to act like a wounded antelope to draw out the vultures. And now it's time to begin to tear the wings off of them. This conflict has had some absolutely nasty blowback from Noah, completely exposing him in all of his, glory to the world. But the reason he persisted here is not that he really thought he could win, but rather that I think he was willing to martyr himself if it meant making it a Pyrrhic victory for me. He clearly has no sense of self or self-esteem, and as a result, the attacks on him are immaterial because what he sustains himself with are ideals, right? His leftist—
Do you want to know the best strategy? This is where people fuck up. I'll say this, okay? I'll say this, because I've been commended for it by various types. The best strategy, if you really don't want getting— it's not— you should always plan— if you decide to do this, plan on getting doxxed. It's happening, right? You could prolong it. You could try to make it less damaging. It is going to happen if you plan to go anywhere with this. That's just what it is, right? That's just what it is. Being a person of interest will make people, as a result of that, want to know who this person of interest is, and it's only a matter of time. What you do is, don't try to make there be as little of info on you as about you online as possible. Make sure there's as much information about you online as possible. Start like adding yourself to, I don't know if you could do this with white pages. Start like adding yourself under different aliases to different sites, doxing yourself, quote unquote, plant fake information about you everywhere. So that anytime someone thinks they've got the real thing, they don't actually know if they have the real thing. All right, that's the best advice. It's the best advice. Also, if you're doing this just in general, you should probably make sure that your family is generally on the same page as you in regards to how doxing works. And, you know, have relatives take you off their Facebook and shit.
Political views and social connections is Maoist economic theory. I called my shot 3 days ago. I said that I was going to old boy you. Not like in the literal sense, I'm not making you commit incest, but in the abstract sense. I wanted to find a way to make you damage the only thing that you valued. I made certain that your senpai, Hassan's Twitch mod, King of Grill Pilled, a lovely Twitter community with the sole purpose of doxing and harassing people who aren't left-wing enough, frequent collaborator of Microm PA, the 300-pound, formerly alt-right, EGirl sex blackmailer Jake Chinatown. It made sure he was aware of this drama. I made sure that you could take the lead early. I kept making increasingly empty threats while sitting on a bigger and bigger pile of your information. Now, why did I do this? Well, because I wanted to demonstrate to the broader world...
Who is this guy? I have no idea.
...what this specific little clique of communist homosexuals that you belong to do when they think they see someone who is vulnerable and who cannot fight back. And boy, oh boy, did you all deliver in spades.
Spades?
Why? What did I say earlier? Because they mistook mercy.
What's going on with the eye? Oh my, dude, this guy's eyes can open wide as fuck. Is that real? That's edited, right? Is that an... Whoa. Maybe it's the paint that's emphasized. This is an edit. This is an edit, right? His eyes do not get that. Does he have that? What is that? There's like a condition where you can actually on cue, like, partially bulge your eyes out of your skull on cue.
In spades. Why? What did I say earlier? Because they mistook mercy for weakness. These are people who intuitively cannot comprehend the idea of seeing someone who ostensibly used to be more powerful than they were, who's now vulnerable and helpless, and not...
True. The worst time to be powerless is when you once had power, because all the rats that used to dine with you, they know exactly where they need to go to find some easy cheese.
Ruthlessly tearing them apart. Not so big now, huh? Here's the problem. Just because I wasn't going hard as hell, full power, using every low blow possible, that doesn't mean I wasn't able to. I have had everything on you this entire time. Let me put it this way.
Impress me. Okay, we're doing a live docs review. What is the response going to be here? Whatever you do better be insane if it necessitates a movie villain monologue. It better be the most unhinged, badass shit I've ever seen. Like, you better have gotten this guy, like, put on the sex offender registry, got his wife to leave him, made his family go move to Belize.
You know your old high school Twitter account, right? The one that you changed the name of the other night and then now deleted. That's the one that uses your Otter42 email. Oh yeah. I'm green screened into your childhood home right now.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Based as fuck! That's a good one. That's a good one. I gotta write this down. I gotta write that one down. That's cool. Okay, now that is fucking cool. Yes, dude! Yes! On my desk right now, that's a photo of your wife. Yes, bro, based as fuck.
That's why it looks familiar. You picked a fight with me that I repeatedly warned you that you were not going to.
All right, he impressed me. I thought this guy was a dork. I was like, he's gonna come up with this? Nothing's gonna happen. It's anticlimactic. It's gonna be the most like total like letdown, whatever it is that he did in revenge to this person. That is cool. That is cool.
Able to win. I asked you a bunch of questions about your OPSEC hygiene. You thought you were going to own me with that copy pasta you kept trying to make into a meme. The copy pasta, for the record, described exactly how I found you. I made the mistake of giving you a half-measure response. I showed you mercy. You bet me that I couldn't figure out who you were repeatedly, and I refused. You went around telling people, "See, look, he can't actually do it, guys. Like, he doesn't know how to." The correct response here would have been to immediately just air you out in full.
Dude, if he actually said he doesn't know how to, that is the most epic comeback. Yeah, you don't even know how to dox me. I'm in front of a photo of your childhood bedroom right now. This is literally like the time that there was like an argument on Twitter I was looking at, and then someone's like, by the way, this fucking maniac, his profile picture is literally my house.
But instead, I just posted this.
Dude, Bobby, I was thinking the same shit, but I was like realizing like my constant Breaking Bad references are gonna become obnoxious. What is this?
Let you know the jig was up, without having to share your fucked up life and fetal alcohol syndrome face and,
Oh no, bro. Is this guy actually into that shit? That's crazy. Yeah, there's like a whole community online for people who like watching videos of monkeys being tortured to death.
General depressingness with the world. I fully expected it to quietly end there. Instead, you know what you did? You immediately went on the offensive. You started posting my full legal name, whatever, that's out there. You started posting pictures of my family members that you pulled off of their Facebook pages. That's an issue. You threatened to send them a love letter. Let me quote Blue Velvet back at you, Noah. You were fucked forever.
True. What he needs to do now is he needs to do a collage of this guy's family members in response. What I'm about to show you is a presentation that I've made in Google Slides, going after every relative of yours in the last 2 centuries that is closer in relation than a fifth cousin. We're going to go through this in order of closeness to distance, as well as in the supplementary document I post in the description, the address of each of these individuals.
I couldn't just lash out back at you. You're immune to shame. The only way to destroy you was to get you to damage the only thing that you cared about. I told you I was going to old boy you, Noah. No tears. I have built a monument to your failures. It is the website in the description of this video. Allow me to explain the premise. It's just a simple click-through counter.
Wait. Hold on. No shot. Oh, no, he didn't do it. Okay. I thought he was going to do the thing that I always joke about doing to people, where it's like, this is actually what Scientology does. If you're really trying to smear somebody, what they'll do is they will get, for example, this is what the Church of Scientology does. It's a good example. So let's say you're in the church, which is a cult, just so we're clear, and it's not a church. But let's say you're in this cult. Your family, if you haven't stopped talking to them, is probably in this cult as well. Let's say John Smith, or whatever, has a problem with David Miscavige, the head of the Church of Scientology, and he wants to leave the church as a result. All right, he wants to go leave the church. Shouldn't be a big deal, should it? Except it is. It is, because when you leave the church doesn't really leave you, does it? So if outright harassment and having you tailed, etc. doesn't work, what they do is they'll do full excommunication from your family members, which is not limited to the Scientologists. A lot of religions do this. But the thing that they'll do is, all right, you're just on the internet one day and somebody messages you, yo, Dave, what's this? It's davesmith.com. It's davesmith.com. You go and you click on davesmith.com. What is on davesmith.com? Testimonials from each of your family members about what you were like as a person, which is all negative, by the way. All negative. A list of, like, things that you've done wrong in your life, if not outright allegations with no evidence. So, for example, I saw one of these websites It was David's coworkers getting on and talking about how he would in private express racist attitudes. Somebody made a molestation allegation. Allegations on this website that he's like abused his daughter, etc. It's part of the fair game tactic that the church uses, where if you officially is only used for people who badmouth them. So if you leave, then you badmouth the church, you're fair game, and they go and open up a website about you like this.
If this video made you like Hassan and his orbiters and this general community less than you did before, click the link. It will subtract one.
So you study? No, I think what would be appropriate is if, like, let's say I was like, I don't know, would be an appropriate inspiration from that would be, for example, there's somebody that's doing really fuck shit online. You just like bought a domain under their handle and then just listed all the fuck shit on the website. That would be justified.
Izot.
Would that be no life behavior? Yeah, of course it would. But if your plan is, if what this person's doing is like bad enough, or you want to bring some awareness to it, right? Not under their legal name, under their handle, right? Then that would be like, I guess, a kind of a badass application of that. If all the claims were true and substantiated by evidence, kind of one place where it's all aggregated.
Hassan Piker. And it will let everyone know who did it. As this number increases, you get to see in real time the number of people that you have turned away from your own movement. And now, I don't need to do the green screen thing anymore, so I'm gonna go wash all this fucking shit off my face. Okay, whew, that feels much better. Funny stuff aside, so have you ever wondered how so many people can have the seemingly impossible and nonsensical sounding experience of switching from left wing to right wing without really changing
he's gonna lose me.
any of their positions or their beliefs? Well, there's a mechanism for that, all right? You know that. We all do. It keeps happening to people. The bigger question, though...
Yes, I admit it. Leftists are insufferable. The left is filled with insufferable people. I agree. You know what my position is? A lot of my friends aren't leftists, or aren't like aren't your typical leftists. Most of my friends are somewhere on the left, but you know, I avoid some of the more ideological, because yeah, I admit it. Some of us are really insufferable. With that being said, if that turns you to the right as a result, you are fucking retarded. Insufferable members of a group that unifies based around shared political positions that are either true or false, and you would be brought to that position via arguments, right? Those arguments don't change just because the people making them are fucking stupid and insufferable. So if you are one of those people that was turned to the right because of the left, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron who shouldn't be able to vote.
Is how. And a lot of people act like it's really because they stayed the same and the left simply got more radical. In my opinion, however, this isn't really quite what's happening. It has more to do with people's changing understandings of group cohesion. Right? So it's kind of a basic principle of pop psychology, you know, a phenomenon that's pretty self-evidently a thing, but is remarkably hard to empirically prove, you know, freakonomics, whatever, that most common lines of attack towards an outgroup typically are more applicable to the in-group. So whether this is due to subconscious projection or some sort of fast inverse square evil floating point bit hack, the part reveals the whole type of recursive reveal of their own worldview remains to be seen, but this isn't really relevant to the point of this. So in other words, the right wing smears the left as oversensitive, moralizing, scared pussies. The left wing smears the right as these stupid, brutish liars with no ability to understand the perspectives of others who don't care if they make the world worse as long as they get what they want.
No, I mean, I think the accurate description would be, the average rightoid, in my opinion. It's not like some empathy-less, like, loser. It is somebody that is just unable to process information and think critically and is being deceived by the people who actually want to do that. That's like my impression of your average right-winger. Now, I guess that kind of minimizes it and makes conservative voters have some plausible at this point, they have no plausible deniability. If you're still being tricked by Donald Trump in 2026, I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. I think you're just lying to everyone, and you are just like a horrible person.
You can see why this is funny. Now, while I'll leave the obvious self-report from the right for a different video, the bit I want to dig into more is specifically the implication coming from the left's constant accusations of the other side lying. See, genuinely, they cannot conceive of a group of people not treating the truth.
Well, is it that? Because this is an interesting conversation. I don't care about, like, illegal immigrant. What I mean is, like, there's never been a moment of my life where this is an issue where when I discuss it, unless I'm talking about, like, what's being done to these people, where, like, there's emotions attached to it. Like, I've never... Do I think that borders should be completely fucking open? We shouldn't even have, like, we shouldn't even have basic established borders? Obviously not, right? Obviously not. But I have never, like, sat there and actually, like, given much consideration to, I don't know, the guy that came over here from Guatemala and has been working on, like, some farm in Ventura County for, like, 5 years, right? I try to put myself in the conservative's position, the average conservative voter. What is it that makes them care so much? What is it? And it's easy to say, oh, well, these people are brown, which is partially true. But there's obviously some emotions attached to this issue for them that completely makes them void of all reason. And I think to myself, what is the easiest way to strip people of their ability to reason? And that is fear, right? Fear. So is it the case that the conservative voter is legitimately scared of illegal immigrants? It's an actual... I don't know the answer to that. Are they actually scared of illegal immigrants? Are they actually legitimately scared of Muslims? Are they actually, like, is there, like, a genuine fear there?
As
it's because they've been told to care and that their pets are going to be eaten. Well, let's not pretend like these were all new ideas under Trump, right? A lot of these things played at underlying sentiment that existed in a world pre-Trump, obviously to a more extreme extent, right? In the wake of 9/11, for example, I mean, it was crazy to me how, I wasn't alive then, but I've seen clips how, like, comfortable people were being, like, saying, like, negative, group blanket statements about, like, Muslims and Arabs, etc. When McCain got asked that question on the trail, about, like, you know, Obama's an Arab or something, it's like, oh, damn. People, like, were really comfortable with that shit back then. But now you see it, people are comfortable with that now. They just say, they just specify the Muslim part. And talk about it's like incoherence with Western and do the thing that people do. Ironically enough, some of the pro-Israel accounts that sit there and, like, smear Muslims all day, they use the same line of attacks. I'm talking about the Laura Loomers out there. They use the same line of attacks on the Muslims that people use on the Jews. Right? What would be a good example of this? A good example is every major textbook from every Abrahamic faith has archaic lines in it that advocate for or talk about all sorts of horrible fucking shit, right? Because it's from a different time and in a time where people lived immorally. What they will do is they will cite lines from the Quran, which might not even be real. Some might be taken out of context. We don't know, because obviously I haven't, nor have the people using this as a line of attack ever actually read the thing. But they will use lines from the Quran as if they are reflective of your average Muslim, like, as a whole. As if, like, the average Muslim is sitting here conscious of that line in particular and supporting it. Right? And they know that's not true because people, like, quote, like, lines from the Talmud and shit that most, like, of, like, your average, like, secular Jews or whatever have never heard before in their life. Even though it's technically in the text. I didn't even know, I had never heard the word goyim before in my life until I was online. That's the first time I ever heard that word. So, like, it's ironic to me that, like, people who were, I guess, the victim of this sort of rhetoric are, like, are now just, like, you know, a lot of, like, Zionist, like, Jewish accounts are just, like, completely, like, saying, like, insane, like, Hitler-level shit about Muslims. It's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Malleable. Now, as a result, when they see something that they disagree with, the most obvious conclusion is, you know, oh, look, see how much they're lying? So,
be better, people. Be better.
Modern socially progressive leftists lie. They lie a lot. This is by necessity. You see, contrary to prior communist movements, which were primarily fairly socially right-wing, the modern socially progressive left is significantly less concerned with economic policy and much more concerned with the goals of its constituent identity groups. A lot of these groups, at least the left-aligned subsets, have something that you cannot bring up, all right? Issues that they feel are either so intractable or so optically bad that the only solution is suppression of any discussion. Because of this, there is a massive taboo on acknowledging certain realities, even if relevant to the discussion at hand. Like what realities? Well, a good sort of heuristic for this is if you ask ChatGPT and it freaks out and lectures you and won't give you a clear answer, you're probably on the right track.
Okay, so what are this guy's political views? Because I'm getting the vibe here that in about 2 seconds, he's going to start talking about, like, how long it takes to bake cookies in, like, 8 ovens or whatever. I'm getting that vibe.
Now, if I must get explicit with it, you know, the sexual abuse rates of children by homosexual men. Anything regarding race and IQ. Asking why so frequently gay couples only adopt boys. The fact that in the city of Washington, D.C.
So you're allowed to have all of these discussions, and it's very convenient that this guy likes to talk about heuristics when it's working to, like, you guys are allowed to use heuristic. He's like, come at this using the heuristic of, well, let's use a heuristic for a second. The average person that is going to be discussing these subjects is somebody whose mind has already been made up. The just asking questions crowd is never just asking questions. They already have the answer, and they're only going to be looking at and linking shit that supports that preconceived answer and are merely asking the question as a way to advocate for a belief they already held while having the plausible deniability of wanting some sort of answer to it. Right? Now, are there people who ask about these subjects in good faith that are really just asking questions? Absolutely. And we should have a discussion about these things, right? I believe that, like, curiosity is a good thing. Discussions are not off limits, even if the subject hurts feelings. Of course. But they're so disingenuous in regards to the just asking questions shit. It's like, no, if people are taking offense to that, it's because they're applying a heuristic, which you yourself have just admitted to utilizing, where they assume, based on the tendency of people that just ask questions about these things, that you're a member of that group. Maybe you're not, but typically you'd be mostly right if that was your go-to assumption when somebody is just asking questions about, like, race and IQ.
97% of homicides are committed by black people. Questioning the motives of the trans community. Love bombing. Why so frequently gay couples only adopt boys.
So frequently why gay couples... Okay, that answer should be pretty... Believe it or not, like, they'd be better if they're gay. We're speaking of two men. If we're speaking of two men, they would be better able, at least in their minds. Like, I'm thinking of myself here for a minute, right? I'm not gay, but, like, if I had kids, yeah, the reality is... would I prefer a son? Probably. But that's just if I was the only one raising the kid, there was no female in the household, I would prefer a son. Why would I prefer a son? Because the kind of, like, the needs, the social structure, the details of you know, being a boy are familiar to me because I was once a boy, etc. And that familiarity would obviously motivate preference as a result, right? That familiarity, and if we're talking about gay guys, two guys, right? Two guys, that same factor would come into play when you want kids, I'd imagine. Now, in regards to black people and crime, I have never legitimately heard anyone in my entire, and I've debated this issue extensively, I have never heard anybody who is coming, asking a question or making a comment about black people and violent crime that is just asking questions. All of the people that have actually started talking, I'd love to have a good faith discussion about this, but a lot of these people already have their minds made up. They believe that black people, because they are black, are, like, more inherently violent or something. And if everything you show them disproves that, they'll move on to another cope argument, being like, my genetics. And you go to the actual genetic details of this, you explain to them why every gene that they're discussing, the argument wouldn't work. And your argument that black people are, you know, more violent or whatever, that argument wouldn't really work based on the genes they cite. And they have nothing. And they're like, okay, so just because we haven't identified, it's like, no, okay. The true answer to that question that nobody's actually ever really asking is that, yes, black people in the United States, on average, in comparison to other populations, do perpetrate higher amounts of violent crime. Now, is this because they are black? Does this have anything to do with genetics? Etc., etc. No, not at all. right? Not at all. This is because of it's a multifaceted issue that is socioeconomic in root. I know people like to meme on socioeconomic factors, but there are also things that are prominent in Black American communities that are also linked to higher rates of crime. Fatherlessness, stable employment, education, proximity to other violent crime. That's a big one. Practices like redlining, etc., led to the establishment of ghettos. So violent crime remains, I guess, within the community, and people grow up exposed to it as a regular thing. All of these predictors are also more prominent in Black communities and do explain why these rates would be statistically higher as a result. So, you know, you are allowed to talk about these things, and people have talked about these things. Have you ever heard me get into an argument when someone, if I'm talking to a racist or someone trying to use this, I've never sat here and said, no, the statistics are wrong. It's true. It is true. There are higher rates of certain crimes in Black communities. All those things are true, but it is because of socioeconomic factors. It is because of socioeconomic factors. And because these people are never just asking questions, they can never accept that answer. It has to be genetics for them.
The fact that in the city of Washington, D.C., 97% of homicides are committed by Black people. Questioning the motives of the trans community, love bombing 14-year-old autists and trying to get them on HRT as soon as possible to make them hot.
You shouldn't do that. That's bad. Trans people who do that are bad, just as if non-trans people who did that would also be bad. Cool.
Somali fraud. Crime rates of African...
Widespread Somali fraud, dude. Okay, I did. Okay, never mind. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy, bro. What is it that he said that motivated the Hassan crowd to go after him? I'm a little bit curious.
Muslim refugee rape rates, UK rape gangs, affirmative action and DEI hiring practices leading to incompetent. The fact that the two-spirit identity was created in
DEI leading to... Okay.
1990 by a homosexual white pedophile, not an indigenous American.
Why is this the second time this has happened? Why is this literally the second time this has happened to me?
You get the point.
Yes, Tay, I'm pretty sure fatherlessness has changed. I'm also pretty sure, I'd have to go re-pull up the statistics, but the crime rate in Black communities, on average, has improved. As we've improved things, on average, like socioeconomic status, etc. And I'm pretty sure absentee fathers have reduced. I'd have to have the statistics in front of me.
These are all concrete, real things.
Because it's almost like these other things were contributing factors to the occurrence of crime. And it's almost like if you want to do anything about that, the importance is addressing these other things, not spending all your fucking time online trying to look for some gene that doesn't actually do what you're saying it does to like argue in the course of just asking questions when your mind has like completely already been made up.
They're factually, objectively real things. But most of these are also things without a clear...
Aiden, you have to, and you got to admit, DEI is responsible for the increased non-white crime rate. The CIA was so bored of seeing white crime be dominant that they decided to help the DEI recruits.
Solution. And as a result, there is a massive social taboo about acknowledging their existence at all. The way these are treated is to dismiss any mention of them with a, wow, I cannot believe you are talking about that.
The gene is real. It's the entire white crime. True.
And for a while, it sort of worked, all right? These topics have largely been kept outside of the Overton window of polite/professional discussion. But at the same time, people have eyes, even the people on the left. Everyone knows, deep down, exactly why they refuse to even entertain discussion of these things.
I entertain discussion of all these things. If you are somebody who legitimately has questions about anything he just said you're not allowed to ask questions about on the left, that wants to ask me a question, ask me the question. Ask me the question. You might not like my answer, but you're allowed to ask the question. Because all the subjects he just brought up, if you've like watched me or anyone else that I like for a considerable amount of, you should already know the answers to a lot of these things. But you absolutely are allowed to ask these questions. The issue that he's describing, the apparent non-permittance of being able to ask these questions, is merely people applying a heuristic, assuming that the one guy that might be asking these questions in good faith, falsely assuming that he might be like the 99 other people that asked the same question that were just like neo-Nazis that were doing so because they wanted to maintain plausible deniability.
Things. and as such, it
How would you fix? Well, it would depend on the socioeconomic factor. How would you fix it? Once again, and also, once again, I'm not comfortable I'm not comfortable making like solid prescriptions for this. I know that there is a solution, but it's not one thing. It's not one thing, right? I think that they're like the little things people should start. I think a big thing that I think proximity to violence is like a big thing. I mean, I'd love to see diversification of like instead of like there being like, I mean, I'm gonna sound like I'm advocating for gentrification here, but I'd love to see a world where there are no like white or black neighborhoods, okay? Where there are no white or black neighborhoods. Everyone of every color just like has a house on the block. You know what I mean? And people don't need to make it out of the hood because there is no hood. Huh? Okay. Listen. I'm not educated enough to speak on that one. But I do know that like proximity to violence is a big one. We want to get kids away from gun violence.
adherence to repeating things that everyone, to some degree, knows are false, or at the very least there's a deep rabbit hole there, in the face of them being brought up by outsiders, is the most important social ritual.
Yes! Ban rap music and make everyone listen to Tom McDonald. Dude, conservatives are like, why are the kids listening to rap music? And it's like, I think your solution is just to fucking make something good that's listenable. They listen because it sounds good. The shit you guys come out with is absolute dog shit.
The modern socially progressive left. This is also why, if you question or even acknowledge any of these topics, they react like the aliens in They Live when they realize that Roddy Piper can see them. To everyone in the coalition, if you're willing to break on that thing, you're willing to break on their thing. And at that point, the only solution is for you to be destroyed. This is what I've been demonstrating to you for the past 3 days, or I guess allowing to have been demonstrated upon me. I'll say 2 pairs. What do these have in common? It should be pretty easy. Pair 1, insects and airplanes. Pair 2, animals and trucks.
Is the answer I guess with animals and trucks, both are capable of movement, and with insects and airplanes, you would say fly, but the answer would be some can fly, because not all insects can fly. Some can fly. Both move. This is actually what they do, by the way, on the when they're administering, I think it's the Wechsler IQ test. I don't remember. They'll think of 2 words, and they'll ask you to come up with an associate. What is the 2 things in common with these words?
Now,
it's a free association game, right?
In case the answer wasn't obvious, pair 1 uses an exoskeleton, and pair 2 uses an endoskeleton.
I lost.
I've begun to realize that the core misunderstanding, for me, was that I assumed that the most fundamental underlying principles of the movement.
I don't even think. Well, he's right. Yeah, insects do use an exoskeleton. But what would you consider? I guess there's a difference, obviously, between a shell and an exoskeleton. Yeah.
Ostensibly things like egalitarianism, kindness, wanting to...
Like for a hot second there, I was about to be like, some of the residual weed is in my. I was about to be like, armadillo. It's like, yeah, armadillos have a fucking skeleton, retard. Just because they have armor, it doesn't mean that's their skeleton.
Help others. Mercy. Were the lowly thing and wasn't
yeah, and you're
obvious.
right. A shell's made of keratin.
Pair 1 uses an exoskeleton, and pair 2 uses an endoskeleton. I began to realize that the core misunderstanding for me was that I assumed that the most fundamental underlying principles of the movement, ostensibly things like egalitarianism, kindness, wanting to help others, mercy, were the load-bearing structure of the broader left coalition. Sure, there might be taboos and orthodoxy in a party line in the name of solidarity, blah, 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 but like the bones of an animal or the frame of a truck, these underlying beliefs would be the thing that can ultimately be relied upon for strength and cohesion when shit really hits the fan. This is, as many of you may already know, a rather naive understanding. The load-bearing structure of the left is not a skeleton, nor is it a steel frame. The left is structured more like an airplane or an insect. This enforced solidarity on dozens of different pet issues and pain
See, on the left, we actually think about why we think what we think, and apply that to other. And listen, the left infights a lot. The left infights a lot. There's some like, there are a lot of movements within the left, and these movements all have valid criticisms of one another, and some are better than others. Okay, some are better than others. But you do notice that the right, in practice, at least in regards to this issue, the right is far better at kind of maintaining that group cohesion. As they're infighting, of course there is. But broadly speaking, when push comes to shove, they are a unified faction. And it is the left's infighting that one could say has been a big contributor to their historical L's, both in warfare and politics. We need to hashtag unify the left.
Points functions as like the exoskeleton of a bug, containing its structureless goopy organs, like the exoskeleton of a bug, containing its structureless goopy organs. It functions as the...
What would I do if I was voted for president? Do my homework and get a good fucking cabinet ready. Get a good cabinet ready and be locked in to tell them what to do, to tell them how to manage them, to organize them. But I would do my research and pick the most competent cabinet in American history. It would be like the dream team. Okay, it would be the dream team. And I know and I would know and respect that they know about their shit and I know about mine, and it's my job to manage them as they do their shit and make sure they do their shit to the best of their abilities, and just be a good manager. Be a good manager and make sure everything runs smoothly, and maybe be knowledgeable about my inexperience, so not try to change anything too much that's already working, and just wait for the next guy.
carefully stressed aluminum skin of a jetliner. This impermeable barrier strong enough to withstand gale force winds, but still light and agile enough to fly. The danger with this, however, is that comparatively minor external damage is now a potential point of...
Yeah, I can never... It is a pipe dream. I could never, nor would I want to ever be president of the United States. I could totally see myself, if my axioms were grounded and I locked in, being elected to the House of Representatives. But that's the most I'd ever do in, like, actual organized politics. Or I think I'd be able to do in organized politics.
Catastrophic compounding failure. Like a single crystal placed into a supersaturated solution.
Crystal going in it?
You see, if you pierce the side of a truck with a forklift tine, you don't even really need to fix it to keep driving the truck. If you poke a hole in the side of an airplane, you need to rebuild the airplane. Completely. And now, I spent a decent amount of time being very confused by the refrain of, oh, so just because people are being assholes to you and harassing you constantly and lying about you, you're just going to change your core beliefs, huh? Because to my mind, nothing whatsoever changed about my core beliefs. I simply lost patience and inclination to play along with the face-saving lies of people who were trying to,
Okay, so you're admitting that beforehand, okay, so his defense is he actually didn't change because the left was mean to him. He actually felt this way all along and was just, like, lying or being dishonest when he was pretending to agree with, like, left-wing ideology in the past. Got it. Great defense.
Get me to relapse, calling my sponsors and getting them to drop me as a client, calling the employers my family members, trying to get them...
What did he say that triggered all of this? I am a little bit curious.
...fired, accusing me of being a pedophile, just completely baselessly. Which is also very, very, very funny, considering, how our boy Chinatown Jake got his start learning how to dox people.
Oh, he's going to talk about the Ethan Klein retweet thing. I know what he's going to bring up.
But that's neither here nor there. Viewing it through the...
Somebody made a joking tweet about, I think, wanting to throw Ethan Klein's kid against a tree. Was this... It was obviously a joke, but was this a joke too far? Sure. I'm against, even in the joking context, dragging people's kids into shit. With that being said, this Chinatown Jake guy did retweet it, and Ethan has used that as a line of attack against him endlessly, pretending as if that was an actual threat against his child. That was not, anyone who read it knew it wasn't an actual legitimate threat against his child. It was just like an edgy joke. So if you're okay with edgy humor, like, it's okay for you to not find that funny, but, like, I mean, I guess But like, I feel like the efforts to pretend like this was ever like an actual threat to go after his kids, I've just seen like complete mental gymnastics.
Insect animal lens, though, it becomes a lot clearer. Like, the core belief of someone like this is don't acknowledge the holes. That's it. No egalitarianism, no kindness, no wanting to help others.
By the way, if you guys want to help get us like a quarter of the way to Streamly goal, great way to help out is by tipping. It goes to a great place, my wallet. We're a grassroots channel. The roots aren't so help the roots grow by contributing. Your support, another great way to help out the channel is to like. Liking helps the channel out immensely and is like a good thing to do because, you know, it's good and stuff. Another great way to help us out is by on Twitter. You can go to my X and follow me. Another great way to help us out is by joining my Discord server where you can talk to me. All that good stuff and more. Well, no, that's it. That's just that stuff.
There's no mercy, no forgiveness, no anything. It's just a basic survival mechanism, right? This coordinated mass-scale gaslighting on the pet issue of every single coalition member. Nobody gives a fuck about any of this. What they care about is their issue. And they know that the only way that they can successfully push their issue to the degree that they want their issue to be pushed is to unflinchingly defend every other stance of the coalition. Some of the stances are retarded. The people making this criticism towards anyone who breaks rank do not really have core beliefs in the same way that you or I do. What you or I consider a core belief is something basic, something internal, a force, something hard to articulate, a warm light. To them, a core belief is a mantra to be relied upon for strength, a rigid rule to shelter yourself under, knowing other people are using—
Can we get some like actual examples instead of a bunch of like vague like complaint posting about the fucking left?
the exact same shelter. This is why divergence by even 5% is treated as—
Just show the tweets. Show the receipts. What are you talking about?
an extinction level threat and stamped out as such. If you go to a natural history museum, you can see skeletons of mammoths and megalodons from millions of years ago. You can't see the inside of a bug. Unless it's in a crystal.
Okay. So that was that, I guess. He showed the guy's childhood bedroom, then complained about the left, and then made this website. This is his nuke. Apparently these are the amount of people who've been pushed away from the left or something. What does this number represent? Okay. Well, that's that. That video was incredibly anticlimactic. There were 0 examples presented or evidence for anything. I don't know why this guy fell out with this other guy. I just know that the other guy apparently doxed him, so he just showed a bedroom in the video, and that's it. That's literally it. So I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Starting to see why he got... That's my takeaway. That is literally my takeaway. My takeaway. I avow this opinion. I endorse everything that Poop Swag says. Oh. Dude, I have these like crashes at the end of the day. I'm just like overcome by exhaustion. I don't know what the fuck it is. Let me go make a coffee really quick, and then we'll get back to what it is we were doing. So please stay here, folks. Stay here. By the way, hold on. Where is it? Fuck. Fuck. I fucked all my VODs up. I can't find what I'm looking for. Hold on, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. In the meantime, you could check this out. I guess. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 4 minutes. 4 minutes. To anyone that's like still actually here. I'll be less. Be less time than that. Hear it, and they would not be able. Does the same type of content he did before, except he's now a peanut when he does it. But just so we're clear, even when he was Dr. Witnesser, there was stuff that children shouldn't be exposed to, like his usage of the N-word, right? He openly used the N-word, right? Like, if your audience is like, if your channel is child safe, I guess, why would you like expose kids to that word and like let them know? Yeah, this is like just a casual, normal thing to say.
Sexually, explicitly, or anything like that. Hey, you shouldn't go into Fortnite and preach to kids about not lying or adultery.
Also, if I was a devout Christian right now, I would be against him anyways, because the problem is his like methods are not going to change any kid's mind. Like, if their family follows a different religion, you think whatever the fuck you say in a single Fortnite match is gonna like override all the times they're being like, I don't know, brought to a mosque, listening to imams, listening to their parents, reading the Quran. You think you temporarily, some fat sweaty adult that's being weird and like out of touch in a Fortnite lobby, telling them they're gonna go to hell if they don't believe in Jesus, you think that's gonna change their mind or persuade them? No, if anything, that's gonna alienate people from your religion and alienate them from its followers.
Or hating your fellow, person. Don't tell kids that.
Do you think a 13-year-old is old enough to consent to sex?
Absolutely. You hear some of the things 9-year-olds come out of their mouth?
Is this cut out of context? The context has to be cut. Are we serious right now? What?
You hear
not even like, by the way, not even like the pedo-coded tradcaths that are like, yeah, 16 is when women are most fertile and shit. Even they would think 13 is too young. This is like 13. We're talking about a child. We're talking about a child at 16. We're talking about a child, but 13. We're talking about like the fact that you could even just like get there and say, we're talking about like, for women, they're like, that's like in the middle before puberty and shit too. It's like, that's a girl. That's like a little girl. What the fuck are you doing?
Some of the things 9-year-olds come out of their mouth?
You think a 9-year-old can consent to sex?
Crazy things come out of a 9-year-old's mouth. You don't think a 13-year-old is old enough to say,
sex?
Do I want to talk about the Bible? Yes or no? Yeah, I don't talk to kids about sex.
Wait, okay, there has to be, because he's responding as if they asked him if the 13-year-old was old enough to talk about the Bible. So is he not hearing that? I don't know. I feel like even if he believed this, I just like find it very hard to believe he'd say that he believed it that casually. To be fair. Okay, I need to watch there has to be some discrepancy here. I don't know. Aiden has to be an inherently youthful name. Notice how you've never seen anybody over. All right, I'm back. To anyone who cares, can you guys hear my dishwasher in the back? By the way, I just turned it on. So let me know if that becomes an issue at any point. But I think we're probably good, right? Okay. Anyways, for those that are still here, that is super cool and badass and based. Hold on. You don't hear it? Aiden sipping some good-ass coffee. Yeah, it did. Only the organic I actually have it flown out on the daily from Sumatra. So, Gilded Poo made a video on ZV, who is somebody I've briefly talked about sometimes, but I've never been able to, for various reasons, fully go into detail about. But I guess Also, by the way, can somebody link me the DeOrio clip where he's talking about Anisa's accent? Or fake accent? I just want to hear a little more about that. But somebody I have... How long is this? It's an hour and 7 minutes. Somebody that I'm not going to cover, because I'm not going to watch an hour and 7-minute Gilded Poo video. So take care. Never mind. Forget that dialogue. Forget that dialogue. We also have this, an Internet Versus video that I was urged to check out. That is Okay, we're not checking out that one either. Cool. Okay, well then my other topic that I have, is this. Apparently, the Tectone video that we watched, made by Shamu, which you should all go and check out, by the way, if you haven't. You can barely hear me. But I guess that... Okay, so we're not doing that one either. I guess that another, topic, where is that? Basically, I saw the Shamu video. I was pretty impressed. I thought it was good. I gotta make my fucking, peanut video, dude. Oh my, and he used the title I was gonna eat, bro. But anyways, what I was saying was, somebody that did not like this video that we watched. I thought it was pretty good. Kind of highlighted some of the, for normies, some of the ins and outs of the Tectone court loss and what that signified. But a Tectone defender, an adamant one at that, Tectone's self-proclaimed political mentor, who did not know what the 3 branches of United States government were, has come out letting us know that he did. It is 55 minutes. We're just skimming this. Mike, is this loud enough for you? Is this loud enough for you? Is it good enough now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Huh? Okay.
Brothers, we are going to be taking a look at
Brothers, today I was asked to eat a
video from a content creator that goes by the name of Shamu. Now, why are we looking at this video? Well, because I saw that Mama...
Is he gonna call Shamu a degenerate? Is he gonna call We need like a bingo list. These degenerate liars never cites examples of lies or degeneracy. These degenerate liars would sit here and pretend like Tectone raped anyone.
Ocho. Mama Coco.
Mama Coco. Dude, Mama Coco? What did Mama Coco do? Miguel, we don't play music in this house. Dude, Mama Coco, no! No! Dude, she never got to have her revenge on Ernesto de la Cruz.
Did a reaction to this video, and I wanted to see what it's about. Now, the video is over an hour long. I don't know if we're going to watch...
It's not actually Mama Coco. I wish it was. Who's talking about Mama Oko, who I know because this person was, like, talking to Cameron F305 during his drama, is and I'm not misgendering, this person born as and identifies as a man, and uses a VTube avatar, of a human octopus hybrid with giant tits. That's who Mama Oko is.
Do the whole thing? Because, to be honest, what I find in a lot of these detractor spaces is they have absolutely no respect for people's time. They'll do a video that's an hour long and just filled with monotonous, repetitive...
Are we like for... I guess, to be fair, he cut it at 5 minutes.
Garbage. And so, yeah, we will take a look. We'll see if this is a video that's engaged.
I literally watched one of this guy's, like, political segments, and it was him playing a Trump conference on Air Force One, where Trump just, like, talks about a whole lot of nothing, and then does Tactical Templar agree? Take a wild prediction. Is Tactical Templar going to give a critical analysis? Is Tactical Templar going to disagree? Is Tactical Templar going to parrot what Trump just said with zero criticism at all? Or even potentially kind of expand more on what that meant? Did he do any of those? Well, no, he didn't. That was a trick question. He literally said nothing and ended the stream. He just fucking played it and then ended stream. This is the guy that has respect for people's time, by the way.
Aging enough to keep us for the full hour plus. But I don't know. I'm hoping that this video will at least provide something that other detractor videos haven't, which is a foundational argument that is based on the evidence present and not the things that they just made the fuck up.
True, based on the evidence present. I agree.
You're in a vulnerable position and they take advantage. Like some of the things that his ex-wife said about him while she was cheating on him, having an affair.
He's talking about Frame. He's talking about Frame. This is somebody that just either... Templar knows that Tectone did it, but is defending Tectone anyways because he likes him. And doesn't care about women, right? Tactical Templar, quick reminder, is somebody that does not think it is rape if a man was to non-consensually have sex with his wife, right? He doesn't think that would be rape because they're spouses. The two of them are married. So this is not somebody that strikes me as somebody that really cares if a woman's getting hurt at all, like too much to begin with. And he already is like predisposed to liking Tectone because they share the same like political grift opinions, and Templar is like a nobody, Tectone is a somebody who values Templar, so obviously it would be within Templar's own interest to continue supporting Tectone.
Like, we're just gonna ignore all that because we want to get to Tectone bad. Now again, maybe this guy goes on to elucidate all this stuff and lay it out, but the foundation so far, we're 42 seconds in, not a fan of this.
That there were reasonable grounds to believe that Tectone committed SA and stalking. I think she would file for a protection order on August 21st of 2025, just 1 month after my second video, and it wasn't until January 23rd of 2026 that a trial would take place.
We already watched this video, so we're not gonna sit here and watch Tactical Fat Ass react to the whole thing. If you are a brave soldier, an AIDS gang loyalist, willing to waste 55 minutes of your time for me, El Jefe, what you can go ahead and do is watch this. Give Tactical Templar some viewership, and let me know if he says anything funny, and give me the timestamp, and I might cover it. Who knows? I'm not going to be watching this video, though, because we already watched. Most of it is going to be Shamu's video, and we already watched that yesterday. So that's Tactical Fat Ass. Let me take a wild guess and say that all these women are like OnlyFans hoes that suck and lie and did everything wrong to Tectone, who did absolutely nothing wrong, and is just like such a kind guy. Now, while we're here, hold on. Coverage of this at Neo Cheddar. Hold on, I have to ask Kathy for something. Because any question you have that pertains to Ethan Klein, Nicholas DeOrio, or Destiny, Destiny not so much. Kathy will have your answer. Okay, will it always be a good answer? Maybe not, but Kathy does have an answer. 4 topics. Doesn't prepare. I did prepare for I have prepared segments. I hybridize it. The problem you have is that if I was to do complete preparation, knowing exactly what I'm going to cover, when, have the bullet points ready, there's a real opportunity removed for just the natural flow to occur and everything that comes with that. I have a whole write-up here for the Action Man segment. Do you think I was reading? What I was looking at was the bullet points for the Action Man segment when I was citing information about this obscure drug and shit. So I had prepared for that one, didn't prepare for this one because I don't want to or need to. And honestly, a lack of prep sometimes helps things kind of flow more natural. But you should always have a prepared segment or two to go with it, right? And then the rest can just be you checking shit out. And sometimes even I'll see something unprepared and I'll say, you know what, we'll save that one for tomorrow because more preparation would be required. But while we wait for that, I guess, there was a video released by Turkey Tom on Nina Lynn, who we've covered previously, and got into some of the crazy lore surrounding. So I guess we could watch some of this because I am interested in Nina Lim, the person that apparently sexually assaulted someone on stream and is just like a complete like degenerate like menace to society.
Machiavelli once said, "The end justifies the means."
We love Machiavelli. So cool.
Nowhere is this more true than in the attention economy. Whether it's harassing people in public, disrespecting citizens of a foreign country, and then getting punched in the face.
Dude, Tom's videos, like, you could tell someone's just, like, handed him a script and he's just... There's, like, no passion, dude. There's no passion. He doesn't actually know about what he's talking about or care. No, I mean, it's respect for the hustle, right? That's how you make it as quick as possible and get money. But I just, like, there's something there that you just don't hear any signs of life in his voice. You know what I mean?
Or showing off your epic dance moves. It's all worth it for the clicks. But sometimes the attention gets to people's heads. They make a career off of rage bait. And while it definitely works in the short term, when you have a past as dark as Nina Lin, it has to backfire sooner or later.
You try to piss off female streamers and then when you get a reaction that you wanted, why are you so emotional? Like,
she has broadcast herself sexually assaulting a man before.
Put that on Twitter. I bet you won't. I bet you won't.
It's not alleged. It's on stream. It's right there in plain sight.
Even after this whole ban, listen, bro. Ain't no better marketing team than the haters. I'll tell you that right now.
Today,
I don't like that Ton only covers criminals now. Can't even make a wholesome internet degen drama anymore.
Explore the answer to...
Is there wholesome degen drama anymore? Is that like a Tom problem, or is that a problem with the drama in general? Because, like, at this point, like, yeah, drama was once, like, about cringe, and, like, now it does kind of feel like every drama is, like, somebody doing something morally reprehensible and completely egregious. So I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it was like that back then, too. I don't know.
One question.
What is the wholesome drama now?
Does committing a series of crimes on live stream pay off? And if it does, what's the reward?
I won't go to jail. I won't go to jail. Okay?
He admitted to one of his duck buddies he hates making these well, that's fair. That's completely fair. I got to a point with my main channel where I hated making what I was putting out because it wasn't me. And, like, that is what people watch, though. It just so happens I wasn't making as much money as he was making because the type of content I was making required the transformative usage of third-party material that would then strike the video, and I couldn't make any money as a result, so it wasn't profitable either. And I didn't like doing it, so it was the fucking point. In Tom's case, this is immensely profitable. And he'd be stupid to pass it up just because he is bored of what he's talking about, right?
Before Twitch, Nina began her online presence on TikTok. Some of her oldest videos appear to be wiped from the account, so it's hard to tell what the very first content she ever posted was. However, what we do know is that she went viral pretty quickly after joining the platform for one simple reason: her voice.
All right, so a mini pro tip for when you're walking at night. I got you right now. Always carry a
Telling my kids this was Aquafina. Dude, do you remember the fucking First of all, my biggest problem with Aquafina is that Aquafina is just, like, not funny. But second of all, and, like, really obnoxious. But second of all, there was this, like, big, like, controversy as to whether or not this actress, or I don't know what she is, Aquafina, she's like I saw her in Crazy Rich Asians. She's Asian. But she was talking with what was described as a quote-unquote black scent. And there was, like, a whole controversy over this, like, people are like, yeah, it rubs me the wrong way to hear, like, Asians talking in AAV. Remember what I'm talking about? You remember what I'm talking about? Remember?
Talk with you, alright?
This may sound a little odd to say out loud, but I have to because it's the truth. People simply did not expect an Asian girl to have a deep voice with a thick Bronx accent.
Bro, she done clogged the damn toilet. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. What? Yo, what is...
The top...
Wait, I got what I needed. Quick interruption. Segment divert. Quick interruption. All right. Put a bookmark in it. Mark where you are. And buckle in, folks, because what I actually wanted to talk about just got linked to me. I've been hearing whisperings, rumblings even, that Nicholas DeOrio takes some sort of issue with Anisa Jomha. I mean... Dude, I was surprised by this for one. I never would have ever been able to guess that Nicholas DeOrio has a problem with Anisa Jomha. I mean, I just never hear the guy talk about her. But Anisa Jomha apparently did something remarkably offensive. Let's see what that thing is. At timestamp
complete meltdown stream. Actually, I didn't show this clip last time, so this is new for the stream extended universe. But in that rant or whatever, that after that rant or before that rant, she went on like a thing about me.
Yo, thank you so much for the fucking $5. Will is me 76. First donor of the hour. Let's watch Gunnar from Mars Matt Pat video for the I maybe watch something like that in my own time. Potentially. But I actually wouldn't. You know, I lied to you. I just lied to you. I wouldn't even watch that in my own time because I don't care about Matt Pat and I don't really watch commentary.
I'm a big fan of Nicholas DeOrio. What can I say? You do your research.
Saying that Nicholas DeOrio does good research is so fun.
So this is a quote from Hila Klein, and I'd imagine at this point that Anisa Jomha is mocking Hila Klein's accent.
She's doing everything that Ian tries desperately on his show not to do.
So I think they
like just attracting everybody to the stream like killer bees.
I do.
New dono sound. That will be a new dono sound. I'm making it tomorrow.
I think they get along. They bond over the hate, and that's, you know, good for us.
You're done.
Wait, that was the Hila Klein impression?
Yes, that was a. Even I know that. That was a. Yeah, that was a.
Listen, all right. In the time that we've seen Hila Klein impressions, I mean, that just doesn't. That's not like a tiered.
To me, guys, personally, what this accent makes me think is that she didn't actually learn empathy at 30 years old. Fucking viewers for DeOrio. Anisa Jomha is bad, guys. Anisa Jomha. Did you know that Anisa Jomha and Ian Jomha, they took her last name? They took a fucking shit yesterday. Do you know that? That's crazy. I did not know that. Thank you for letting me know, Nicholas DeOrio. Here's 50,000 more fucking dollars.
I don't know.
There it is. I know. I know.
Not only is that offensive, it's also bad. Like, it's...
No, is it offensive? What do you mean? What do you mean? You co-run. You can't co-run a subreddit with Augie fucking RFC and actually get on here and expect us to believe it's not a grift when you say, not only is that accent offensive, what are we talking about? What is What the fuck are we talking? An offensive accent? Your subreddit is a half and half deal between you and Augie RFC. What are we an offensive accent? What are we talking about here? I'm supposed to believe that his offense, that his description of this accent's offense is not motivated at all by his audience, the amount of money he receives in regards to his coverage in relation to the Kleins and the Jomhas. These are all just his own real raw opinions, and he actually notes and thinks it's significant that accent would be considered offensive, and this is like completely genuine. I don't know why people think this guy's grifting. I don't know why people think this guy's grifting. Obviously, the guy co-running a subreddit with Augie RFC cares that an Israeli accent is offensive. Obviously.
It's a bad impression.
Oh, I said I had one. That's my Ela impression.
That sounds like a character from fucking... What character is this from The Simpsons?
I'm a big fan of Nicholas DeOrio. What can I say? You do your research.
That's a fucking Simpsons character. Am I wrong? Mama JF? No. It's not Kermit.
Thank you for the $2. Nick sucks, but you want to be on Anisa's side? When did I just take a This is like the problem with you people. This is like where the mind rape comes from. Why do you need to be on the other person's side? Why do you... Nobody is making you take anyone's side. There's no sides. I'm not on a side. It's no either or. It is this kind of mentality that allows people or gets people to the point where they're working with people like fucking Tectone. That like, it's either this side that I'm presently on or I have to be with them over there. No, you don't. I've never been with them. I've never been with the Jomhas. So, you know, it's like, no, nobody's making you take a side here. Aiden, he said he thinks accents are funny. But it's obviously different when you do it for someone you actually hate from an ethnicity you're actually bigoted against after this. So how is Anisa Jomha bigoted against Jews? Did he say that? Send it to me.
Isn't the guy who yells, call me?
Aiden's spazzing out and making himself... Okay, so maybe you know what? Have I fallen for clip trims for it? Have I seen things out of context? Yes, everyone has. Everyone has. I am totally open to that possibility. Completely. So what should I be looking for here? Because the context that you just told me about doesn't really change anything for me, does it?
I have like a McDonald's toy from when I was like 6.
Because the qualifier that would make it different, I don't think is existent here.
Of the guy from The Simpsons who's like, call me! Or, is that him? Well, I think it's Barney. It sounds like Barney from fucking... Is it Barney? I haven't watched a lot of early Simpsons, and I think that Mauler would impale me on his...
She hates Hill. Okay, so just so we're clear, it's like really bigoted when I was like mocking Parry's accent, right? No, I'm mocking his accent because I'm mocking him, and yeah, his like accent is a very visible or audible part of him, and it's unique, I guess. So when you're doing impressions, it just naturally comes up as like a meaningful a meaningful quality to inject into your impression. Not that like obviously I don't have any hate for ethnically Maltese people. I don't think there's anyone that thinks that. And I'm pretty sure it was the same mindset here.
Stick if I told him that. The doctor?
But where has Anisa ever like said anything that indicated bigotry or animosity against Jews?
It was like the fat guy. Oh, wait, this actually... Oh, that's a good one. She sounds like the bear from the Cleveland show. But you're saying...
Yeah, it can be offensive. She's doing it to be offensive. Okay, Dad, I'm sorry. This is literally like when the conservatives forever were emphasizing illegal. We're only going after the criminal illegal immigrants. Implying that criminal would offer some additional distinction not brought inherently by the status of one as an illegal immigrant. And then when it actually happens, they say all legal immigrants are criminal. What I mean here is that the reason this is an insult. It's an insult and it is mockery. Something that we all do and watch every single day. In the context of something that could be associated with one's ethnic or national heritage, when you say that a joke is offensive, in that context, you are clearly denoting that there is something that would be offensive to the group, not the individual. Because under that logic, every time you mock somebody, it is offensive. When you emphasize the offensive part, you're saying that this piece of mockery in particular offers additional offense than just to the person being mocked. That's why that word would be emphasized here. So don't come with this bullshit of sitting here like, oh, well, it could be offensive to Ela Klein as an individual. That's not why the word offensive was said or emphasized.
Apu, because she's doing like a weird... Everything she does sounds like a weird Muslim accent, too. Her only concept of accents is doing like a Muslim thing.
Big fan of Nicholas DeOrio, what can I say?
Well, actually a little Indian maybe, too.
Okay.
Everyone call in. Call in. Call in. Call in. Call in. Lines are open. Lines are open. Phone is on. Call in. Scratch that. I want to watch the full clip.
She sounds like she's about to explain why I need to join Metro PCS with a new talk and text.
Then call in.
Research.
With full unlimited data.
Saying that Nicholas DeOrio does good research is so funny. So
yeah, it kind of is the bear. I mean, it's just not even a good impression. Nick is gonna make so much freaking money. Yeah.
kills at parties. I had a poke. Oh no. That was the famous Elon. That was, yeah. It kills at parties. I had a poker event that I did that at, and it did kill. So, hey,
that surprises me that they can actually house a party. Like, you're so mentally raped by Gila Klein that you actually just do impressions of her at parties with your friends who are probably not online. I imagine not online.
Do we not think that Ethan does the same thing about iDubbbz? Do we actually not think that's happening? Do we not think that the guy that's like constantly obsessing over like the people he have beef with and is making like 3 a.m. like Instagram posts from the fucking toilet like all day and night about like Hassan breathing and Taylor Lorenz eating a slice of pizza? Do we not think that guy does the same shit?
And people wouldn't even really, yeah, what parties?
Yeah, they both love.
Nick
Hey,
just started
thank
insulting me
you.
viciously on Twitter.
That
Balls Mahone is an Aiden donor. I think we've underestimated how much DeOrio overlap we have here. And I think that I have just done what is called a shooting myself in the foot.
just a bad Dr. Strangelove impression.
Of Kino Casino, obviously. Because they love.
Wait, now she's pretending to go to poker parties just like Gila?
You are now just making up stories to defend. I'm sorry, that's not a made up story. Ethan Klein has exhibited obsessive behavior towards those he has a grievance with online. I mean, these people let him. He was signal boosting false allegations against Anisa on Instagram, which into the odd hours of the night, he would post stories to constantly about what the people that he had online grievances with or beef with were doing, whether or not it pertained to him, while simultaneously claiming that they were the ones coming after him. Are we pretending like that didn't happen? Because that did happen. Why won't you do it? What context would necessitate a Chinese accent? Also, in the context of Chinese people and specifically, their existence, at least in the United States, Chinese Americans, many of the stereotypes surrounding them have attempted to paint them as like some foreign people that are the others. They eat weird things. They're different than us. They're not like us. And a big part of that was like overemphasizing the aspects that make them foreign, like the accent or the name. The name's another big one, right? So that already plays in. It's like a preconceived stereotype that contributes to ethnic bigotry because it's used against Chinese Americans who are not even Chinese nationals or et cetera, you know? And it's like, if somebody does, the Israeli accent is not done along ethnic lines. It's not done along, most of the Jews that you know, most of the Jews that I know are not Israeli, nor do they have this accent. And that association is that is not the Jewish accent when people think of the Jewish accent. You want to hear what the Jewish accent is when done in a way meant to mock or denote some sort of ethnic stereotype? South Park, Kyle's cousin, right? The Israeli accent mocks Israelis. You want to mock Jews, there's a very different accent for that. All I'll say is Nick is totally consistent in calling this offensive while being okay with accents that are actually intended as a joke, considering he believes Anisa is an anti-Semite. Is he retarded? What evidence is there that Anisa is an anti-Semite? What evidence? If people say the same thing about Hassan, what evidence is there that Anisa is anti-Semitic? Unless you're using the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, which if you're going to use that, at this point, I don't really know if we're gonna have much to talk about. What has Anisa said that could be interpreted as anti-Semitic? Or not could be interpreted, is anti-Semitic.
Oh my, yeah, wait, that's it. Dude, oh, another fucking vicariously living through a fucking her friends thing. Oh, I love these poker things. If only I got invited to these poker events. Yeah.
All and anything deplorable and gross.
Deportable?
Sorry, felt it, imp. I know you.
Oh my god, dude.
Why is Augie? Oh my god, dude. Are we serious? Am I gonna have to? Okay. Ultimate Rape Review Guy, Nicholas. Okay, here's the post. Mocking someone's accent / second language speaking is offensive to most communities partaking in targeting Hila this way. Okay, so he's saying this would be offensive amongst leftists. That's not true. Leftists have never had an issue with you doing impressions of the accent of peoples who have not had historical oppression rooted in purposely attempting to make them look like the other within the society that these jokes are being made, right? Have leftists ever had a problem with people doing mock English accents? Have they ever had an issue with this? No. No, they haven't. In mass, it is actually okay to mock some accents on the left. We know this. The distinction between what accents are okay to mock and which ones are not exists, and has this group historically been the group that the accent, the group that the accent specifically is associated with, right? Is this group the target of othering, ethnic prejudice, etc., within the dominant society? And is using this accent serving to further make them the other when this has already been a group that is constantly othered? The reason this wouldn't be applicable to Israelis is because Israeli is not an ethnicity, it's a nationality. Accents specifically associated with members of the Jewish ethnicity who have been historically persecuted. Those accents are very specific, and a good example of this would be Kyle's cousin on South Park. Right? The Israeli accent is viewed as the accent of a country dominated by what the left sees as colonizers and oppressors. Therefore, it would actually be okay within these communities to mock the Israeli accent and isn't hypocritical. To figure this out, just look at how tolerant the left is to British accents, for example. So there's no hypocrisy or inconsistency there. There's a huge double standard in what people are allowed to ethnically mock. There is no double standard, there is a standard, and that standard applies to some accents and not others. Hope this helps. The caveat is that if it's fair game to do this if the person is hated enough, no, it's okay to mock Israeli accents on the left if the person is not hated. Nobody is going to take issue or has taken issue on the left if somebody's doing an Israeli accent. It's not that this is now okay because it's Hila. This is always okay, or always has been okay on the left. Eden and Anisa have moved on from edgelords to woke scolds, but constantly fall back. Okay, this is just an insane argument. Insane argument. Does Nick actually think you would be considered edgy or utilizing edgy tactics if you make jokes about like British dental care and mock British accents? No, obviously not, because that's not the standard. The standard is when these jokes play into othering and attacks on communities that have already been marginalized and stereotyped, where like you're punching down essentially, right? What would be viewed as punching down. That is what the left would take issue with. Your take manages to get all the way there and wrap back around to saying I never said on what amounts to a little more than a throwaway line. Well, this point is really dumb. This is not falling back into their old tactics. If you have a better example of that, sure. I have no love in my heart for Ian or Anisa. But no, this is not a violation of the left standards. This is not a double standard. This is not them falling back into something that they used to do that doesn't exist amongst the left now. This is okay under the left's own demonstrated standards and is non-contradictory. So Augie says, objectively, if Hila was black and Anisa was like, shit, my man, what you doing? That would be hilarious because it's offensive. I don't think Nick is suddenly disavowing offensive humor. It's obviously a hypocrisy argument. There's no hypocrisy. The reason the leftists would be offended by that is because you're just joining the long line of people who for decades punch down and contribute to There are existing stereotypes that many of which are real that people hold that attempt to paint black people as like uneducated or stupid or whatever, right? And when you go and play into that joke, you are, right, playing on the marginalization of a historically marginalized community. Now, are you allowed to make jokes about black people? Absolutely. I'm talking about how the left would view it, right? I'm talking about how the left would view it. Or the left as they define it, right? That would not be okay, because under the standard, it wouldn't be okay. The factors that would make that not okay under the left's held standard would be non-existent when it comes to the Israeli accent, and therefore non-contradictory and non-hypocritical. So there is no hypocrisy here. There is no violation of a standard here. There is no absurd fucking, there's no absurd double standard that's going on. This makes sense and is consistent with standards the left has demonstrated. Now, it's not a double standard. We just say it's only okay to do something based off of a stupid... Okay, you could argue against the distinction, but the distinction exists in the application of the standard, which is why it wouldn't be a double standard. Right? Like, it would be the difference between somebody not being okay with you going and purchasing goods from, like, a drug dealer versus you being okay with purchasing goods from Walmart. It's like, yeah, in both cases you're purchasing something, but factors exist in one instance of purchase that don't exist in another that could reasonably lead to a different application of the same standard. Under that whole, it's not a double standard, but like the mocking saying that like me trying to cope that it's not a double standard is cope. Under this logic, just so you're clear, everyone and every standard is a double standard. Because if the things that distinguish standards from one another just don't matter or are cope, then there are no doubles, or then everything is a double standard. That just makes it seem like a double standard to you, but it is objectively a double. It's not. It is not objectively a double standard. Do you want to call in? Can you call in? Call in. Explain to me. Enlighten me how it is objectively not a double, or how it is objectively a double standard. I'm so curious. I'm actually so curious. Yeah, gotta go walk my... Sorry, I'm not on my computer right now. Sorry, I'm eating right now. Sorry, Sorry, I'm watering my grandma right now. It's all a fucking joke. It's 2 a.m. on a weekday. At least somebody. Just like one person. Just like one. Just one person. Oh wait, somebody's calling in? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, who is this?
I'm a viewer of your stream.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that your take is absolutely retarded.
Sure.
If I'm gonna be honest with you.
Sure. Hit me with it. What's up?
So you're saying by the left standards, you also case everything in, I guess, reasonably in political ideology, but by the left standards, you're saying that a British accent is completely different from mocking any other accent. Sure.
Not any
That's
other.
fine.
It's that the British accent specifically wouldn't be perceived as punching down and going after a marginalized group.
Okay.
So accents
So you think
that are not...
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that like the distinction typically lies in whether or not the accent and humor in general is going after a what is deemed to be a marginalized group versus not. A marginalized persecuted group versus not. Yeah.
Okay. So by those same standards, would you not say that like it would be so a marginalized doing an accent in general, I don't think is like inherently offensive. I think that the intention behind it, because if you're just trying to like chide someone, it's not inherently offensive to do an accent. If you're just sort of mocking them, what I think is the distinction between like you doing like a fucking Brit Bong Chud Logic accent and doing a Chinese accent is that, you can get away with a British accent. Do a Chinese accent. Do a black accent.
Wait,
Do something like that.
nobody's disagreeing with you, but the specific claim is that because you're able to get away with one and not the other, there exists an inherent double standard.
Yes, there is a double standard
Yeah,
because
so what is this?
Because 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever, when everyone was not when people hated Ethan Klein and Neil Klein a lot more, and on After Hours, people were mocking Ela Klein.
Hello? Hello? Hi, sorry.
I cut out.
Yeah, you
sorry, I
from
cut
there.
out.
No worries.
When people hated the Kleins a lot more, and people on After Hours were mocking Ela Klein's accent, there was a lot more pushback from it from people that are currently doing those accents. People in the same group of people that are currently doing those accents.
Like who? Do you have a specific?
Anisa, in particular. She was pushing back on any Klein hate in that day and age. Now she's explicitly engaging in the same tactics that she pushed back against.
Has okay, so at the time, Hila Klein was calling out people that were making fun of Hila's accent?
No, at the time, it was people like Nick DeOrio or fucking Tommy C.
Yeah, but
I don't even know if
That had to do with her opinion of Hila Klein, not like a standard, right? If the standard, like, she didn't indicate that she was like anti or pro accent back then. It was her opinions of Hila Klein, and thus her position on people who were going after Hila.
But her expressed, okay, so she can denounce the content cops, she can disassociate herself with content cops, and all of the offensive material that was in that. Specifically slurs, accents.
Do you agree? How about this? Let's make this simple. Do you agree that the left dislikes or holds the standard about making jokes, not making jokes that are perceived, that they would perceive as punching down, meaning jokes that target groups of people, specifically in an ethnic or racial context, that are perceived to have been historically persecuted?
Historically persecuted. Okay, so I'll ask you this.
Well, no, hold on.
Were Jews not historically persecuted, and is the establishment of Israel not a result of Jews being historically persecuted?
Do you agree that? Okay, first of all, do you agree that identity is multifaceted? Because, well, hold on. Actually, no.
Sure.
I'll answer your question in 1 sec. I want you to answer mine, because you just didn't answer my question. I'm not gonna let you do that. On the previous question, the one that I just asked, right? Do you agree that it is the left's standard? Do you just agree with me that the left has a standard against making jokes at the expense of ethnic or racial groups that are perceived to have been historically persecuted? Do you agree that that's the left's standard?
No.
You don't think so?
No, and my biggest example is Cumtown. Those guys are all left wing, and I mean the number of slurs that I've heard on that podcast in and of itself is insane.
But what they're okay. When we talk about Cumtown, we're not talking about when we say leftist. There's always something that is at the beginning of that.
So it's not a
Dirtbag.
standard.
They're called dirtbag leftists.
They never called themselves dirtbag leftists.
Other people call them that because we're talking about the wider sentiments. We're talking about the wider sentiments of the left. They're called dirtbag. Why would they not just be called leftists? Why would the dirtbag be added? Because something that they're doing is exceptional or different from what the rest of the left does. We're talking about the left in general. So these people are obviously exceptions.
Does that
and
not
the term
fall under left wing?
If we're talking about the group as a whole, no, you
Does
wouldn't.
that not fall under left
You
wing?
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't talk. If you're making an argument, if you're
left
making
is an
in this
umbrella term.
okay, when we say the left, we're talking about a generalized group, right? If we're talking about the average, on average, if you were to pull from a random leftist, when we talk about the group standards, we're talking about the average position. If we were to just pull people in this wider group, right? People who, on the context of offensive jokes specifically, are of an outlier category and are distinguished as such, and the label applied to them would not be a good representation or sample size for distinguishing what the standards of the broader left-wing movement are.
God, you fucking talk so much. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess. But people also make jokes about Taiwan all the time. Especially on the left.
Okay.
Fucking
but that's not going. Okay. But that's not going after.
Are Taiwanese people not a marginalized group? Are they not oppressed by the Chinese government?
Right now, no. And if they were, that would be along the political lines.
Okay.
You understand that Taiwanese people and Chinese people are they're both majority Han Chinese, right? That's not a distinct racial or ethnic group.
All I'm saying is you are making way too broad of a generalization of what people on the left deem as acceptable, and you're not acknowledging.
No, I'm explaining to you in clear fucking English that the left holds a standard that typically jokes at the expense of marginalized communities or groups on an ethnic or racial line. They don't find that acceptable. That's their standard, and I'm explaining that under that widely held standard, this would not be in contradiction to that because Israelis are not perceived by the left as a persecuted or marginalized ethnic or racial group.
Are Israelis considered Middle Eastern?
Geographically, yeah.
Yeah. Would you say that it would be within the bounds of the left's standard of comedy or whatever to mock a Middle Eastern accent?
Yeah, because typically the Middle Eastern accent that you'd be mocking, because it's not can you tell me the difference? If I was to do an accent for you right now, could you tell me the difference between a Kuwaiti accent and a Saudi Arabian accent?
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Well, I can't, but you would be able to tell the difference.
Well, can't do it. I can't really prove it.
No, would you?
Yeah.
If you had to take a guess with knowledge of yourself, would you be able to tell
a Kuwaiti and a Saudi Arabian
would you be able to tell
accent?
in Iraq, if they were talking in English, but they were born in these countries, could you tell a Kuwaiti from a Saudi or a Saudi from an Iraqi?
Could you tell a Chinese from a Korean?
Yes. But in regard...
Really?
Yeah. The point being...
That's very convenient.
Well, no, the point being here, if they're Korean American or Chinese American, they were born in either South Korea or China, yeah, there's a bit of a difference, right? But in regards to the Middle Eastern
I'm
accents,
sure there's a bit of a difference between a Kuwaiti and a Saudi Arabian accent.
Yeah, but not noticeable enough to your average American or the people doing the accent, because the accent.
And you think that the average American?
Wait, let me finish. Because the accent is not mocking people for being Kuwaiti or Saudi Arabian. The accent specifically is mocking Arabs in general, an ethnic group. When people do those accents, they're talking about Arabs in general, not Saudis, not Iraqis, not Kuwaitis. It is a accent specifically that is meant to other people of the Arab ethnic group.
Okay. Do you think that Israelis or people of Israeli descent might have found that accent offensive?
Sure.
Okay. So is it not?
But when we're saying,
accurate,
okay.
Is it not? Hold on. No. Shut up. Is it not accurate that in that tweet, he said it was offensive. It could have been perceived as offensive, or in that Reddit post, it could have been perceived as offensive.
And the way he's using it, no, because offensive.
No, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been perceived as offensive by anybody ever.
Perceived
at any point in time in any country by any person of any descent.
Wait. Okay. So everything ever can be perceived as offensive. When you're actually saying that or specifying that, you're denoting that this thing in particular would bring about some exceptional level of offense, right? Which would lead to its classification as offensive for him to even emphasize that word to begin with. So it's not just, so the standard obviously isn't, would people in general, would someone be offended by this? That's obviously not what he means by offensive in this context, right?
No, it is. I mean, it would be offensive. It would be considered offensive, especially by the people that used to be friends with the Kleins. Yes.
With what you
in the past, it would have been deemed as offensive. If Anisa Jomha had heard that accent, had heard the accent that she did 5 years ago, 4 years ago, she would have said that was offensive.
Which you have no evidence for. Could what I just say, be perceived as offensive?
I have no evidence for it. All right.
If I say you have no evidence that she took a position against people mocking Ila's accent.
I have no accent. I have no evidence that she took offense to any accents in the past.
To Israeli accents. To Israeli accents.
Oh, dear God, dude, you're a Weasley little. What
have I done that's Weasley? I've directly responded to everything you've said. I've explained my position in detail, given you counter arguments. So what am I doing that's Weasley?
You love to lean on evidence of exact positions, but not a broader pattern of behavior by people like Anisa Jomha.
Sure.
She might not have taken a direct stance against accents. She has taken offense to a lot of the mockery. She has very evidently taken offense to a lot of the mockery that Ela Klein had taken in the past.
So this would be like me getting on here. This is as fucking retarded as me getting on here and saying because someone doesn't like a case of being mocked in one instance, it's a double standard if they mock someone else ever at any time under any context. That's obviously not what's going on. That's such a retarded forced mental gymnastics way to apply a double standard. The truth of the matter is, on the specific line of mockery that we're claiming she's a hypocrite on, there's absolutely nothing to suggest that she's ever actually, as a standard or value, held the usage of Israeli accents to be offensive, right?
Okay, Israeli accents, sure, but there's the cartoon that inherently invoked Ela's Israeli heritage. That cartoon of her shooting a bunch of children in an IDF uniform, you could maybe that wasn't an accent, but I think that would be fairly sufficient evidence to suggest that she would take offense
and that would be your evidence
of Hila's heritage.
I'm glad you brought that up. That would be a good example. First of all, the thing that's being mocked in that cartoon, Ela, it's not heritage. Ela served in the IDF, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Ela served in the IDF and partook in an illegal raid, just so we're clear. But so there's nothing about heritage there. But second of all,
no, her IDF service was a direct. It was directly a result of
but her participating in the illegal raid. First of all, no, you can refuse, right? Obviously, there's punishment for that, but it's not. It's not.
You go into prison.
But if you believe what's occurring is a genocide, you would the null expectation would be outright refusal of service when we weigh it to the actual consequence of refusal.
Well, she grew up in Israel, so is it reasonable of her to have understood it to be a genocide at the time?
Okay. I don't
having grown up in the Israeli education system?
No, that's not what I'm arguing. What I did expect her to understand. You did. No, what I did expect her to understand, however, when she was in the military, is that she shouldn't be volunteering for illegal raids in the occupied West Bank that she admits even her own superiors would have been angered by had they known it was occurring. That was completely voluntary and just something she wanted to go and do.
Okay.
But back to the main point that we were talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the double standard here would be, I guess, where is the double standard?
The double standard is that Anisa Jomha, especially recently, has said that she had reached out to Ela when that came up, when that cartoon was released, the idea that an accent and a cartoon are like completely separate.
Well,
both of which directly reference her being Israeli.
Do you think Anisa would take issue with that cartoon today? Quick question. Do you think Anisa would take issue with that cartoon today on any
probably not, because she's
probably not. So then
retard.
this argument wouldn't be relevant when we're trying to prove a double standard if we're talking about behavior that she's exhibited today.
Yeah, because Anisa is spineless. She has no principles. She doesn't care about anything.
Okay, but that's a whole separate argument. The argument is that her application of a given standard that she holds today is contradictory or inconsistent, right? So the question would be, if we can agree.
That's my whole point.
Yeah,
that is my whole point.
Yeah, I know. I was reiterating your point to you just so we're clear and not arguing, just so there's no misunderstanding about what's being argued here. So arguing with you under the assumption that that is your point, I'm explaining to you that her permittance or non-permittance of that video in the past would not be utilized to prove a double standard based on a standard being implemented today in the present moment.
No, it would be, because a lot of people have the same spine as her.
That would indicate a standard that's changed.
Especially on the left. No. Not a standard that's changed.
You don't think her feelings about Israel have changed?
It's a standard that bends to her will.
You don't. Okay. So as I've said before, in regards to what we can and can't joke about on the left, the standard, the thing that would change the application of the standard would be the perception of the group being targeted as like a marginalized, persecuted minority. Do you think between that point in time when the video was released, how Anisa viewed Israelis, between now how Anisa views Israelis, do you think reasonably her view of them into what would today be oppressors, do you think that's changed? That could have changed? It's become less favorable now?
I'm sure that's probably the case somewhat, but I'm also sure that that her souring of the view of the Kleins has probably tainted that a little bit.
Sure, but Israelis in general, you think that's also probably soured?
I'm from what I understand, she's been speaking about this for years by her own words. She's been talking about how horrible the things going on in Palestine are for decades at this point.
Well, okay. To what
by her own proclamation.
Okay, I don't know. Okay. Just so what at that point in time, based on the post she was making at that point in time, what was her view on the issue?
She said that there was a genocide going on, and this was
at the time,
years and years ago, according to her.
Okay, have you seen any evidence of this?
Yes. She said it herself on stream. She said that she's been speaking about Palestine for years.
Okay, do you think that sometimes people, to grift, will pretend like
people lie?
Yeah, do you think that's possible?
Yeah. Do I think that people lie and will change their standards in order to target a specific person?
Agreed. Yeah. So do you really think that Anisa has actually felt as strongly about this, at least publicly so, for years? Do you really believe that?
Not even close.
You don't believe that?
I don't think so at all.
You don't believe that? Just so we're clear, you don't believe that?
Point. Yes.
You don't believe that? Okay,
yeah.
Point out the window. Thanks for playing. Okay, so now that we've thrown that out, now that you admittedly don't believe that to be true, with what you know now, do you think that her views of Israel have probably changed? From favorable to less favorable?
I mean, some less favorable, but not all that much. If she claims that she's been talking about it for years, but was still friends with Kleins or supposedly friends with Kleins for however many years, and then all of a sudden one day things just sort of changed.
So her views on the Kleins have changed.
Doing a bunch of accents.
So do you think it's fair to say her views on the Kleins have changed, and her views on Israel, either as a result or alongside, either can work here, have become less favorable as a result between when the video was posted on ELA and now? You think that's changed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
To be less favorable. So is it possible that as a result of those views changing, the application of the standard itself might change?
The application of the standard. Well, if it's a standard, then there wouldn't really need to be an application, would there? It would just be across the board.
Okay. What is a standard?
A standard is a behavior.
Wait, hold on. No, you're right. There was what I just said. Sorry, not the... Fuck, where was I going with this? Oh, would it make sense for her to potentially Where was I going?
Change her behavior? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
sorry, for her behavior to change as a result. Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
thanks.
I think that it would be fine for her to change the application of what you said is the quote unquote application of standard is like, if it's a standard, then you're
cool.
It shouldn't waver.
So if we're just to watch Anisa's video, if we're to take Anisa's position on the left, what do you think what she would say her standard on accents is? What do you think her standard on accents is? What's the standard here that would be contradict or would be inconsistently applied? What do you think her standard is?
I think that Anisa's standard on accents is whoever she wants to mock at that given time, she will. It applies to the Iranian guy on 90 Day Fiancé. It applies to Ela Klein. It applies to
if that's her standard, then there's not really a double standard, because she would just be fulfilling that standard, wouldn't she?
But she proclaims herself to be the ultimate leftist goddess.
Ultimate leftist. So which would lead you to believe the standard is what?
Which would lead me to believe that she adheres to the average standard of a leftist.
And that standard in this context would be?
Well, according to the average leftist, it would be to not mock marginalized groups like oppressed Iranians that are trying to seek refuge in the United States via a TLC show.
To not mock the what of marginalized groups?
Accents.
The accent, right? There are other things too.
Or standards.
Yeah, we're talking about the standard in the context of accents.
Beliefs or...
Got it. So if the standard of the self-proclaimed ultimate leftist goddess to be congruent with the average leftist would be not mocking the accents of marginalized, groups. That's the standard. That's the standard you believe that she's applying inconsistently, correct? Or showing herself to not be a part of through this video. You believe that this video demonstrates that she's not adhering to that standard.
No,
because she doesn't like Ela, so it's being doubly, so it's a double standard because she's applying it due to her dislike for Ela.
You're looking at this. I think that this ultimately comes down to you're looking at this as a standard. I think that the intent of the accent was to offend. That's the thing.
Okay, well
the point was to the point.
What's being argued is it's a double standard. That's what's being argued.
It is a double standard by most people on the left.
Yeah, so I'm asking you. Okay, so I'm asking you under the standard.
Do you think that the average person on the left
can I finish my question?
Iranian accent?
Can I finish my question?
No.
Can I finish my question?
I would like you to answer. Do you think that most people would
Can
mock
I finish
an Iranian
and then I'll
man
ask
seeking
yours.
refuge?
My question for you was your stated standard of what the I can answer this for you, and you tell me because your stated standard of the left was that the average leftist would adhere to a standard of not mocking the accent of a marginalized group. Right?
No, I said not mocking the accent of an Israeli or Iranian person or majority of other nationalities.
You think the average?
Do you think the average leftist would do a Chinese accent?
Okay, I'm sorry. So you think that the standard of the left is to agree to not mock Israeli accent? That's the standard? No, you agree. You
that's
think
not
that?
What I said.
Yeah, so I asked you before.
That's not what I said.
So apparently you're too retarded to remember what you just said 3 minutes ago, which is why I wrote it down as you said it.
I said an
you
Israeli,
said when I pushed you on this, and asked you to give me what you thought the standard of the average leftist would be, you agreed with what I said from the get-go, which you retardedly tried to argue for 10 minutes at the beginning, just to later agree with it in the conversation. You said the average leftist verbatim adheres to not mock marginalized groups. That was your quote, not mine, right? Under that standard, if Israelis are not perceived as marginalized by the left, which they're not, they're perceived as the oppressors, they're perceived as the colonizers, then this would not be a violation of that standard.
Okay.
Cool. So it's not a double standard.
So, okay. So you're talking about double standard. I'm talking about...
Okay, so we're not talking about double
what
standard.
I really think...
That's what we've been talking about this whole
standard.
time. You want to pretend like we're not talking about it because you lost on it.
No, I am talking about a double standard. So you think that just because, sorry, you were talking about a fucking notepad, you were jotting shit down. I'm on my phone, buddy. I don't know what the fuck. I don't have a notepad. I'm not
Yeah,
jotting
I
notes
wrote down
down
what you said, which is why I asked you what you thought on this and got you to specify so that we can actually take the standard and figure out if it's being
Yeah, well, you're
inconsistently
talking
applied.
fucking circles for like 30 minutes.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that
I'll talk in a square next
if
time.
if you think that people on the left would mock, the average leftist would mock a Chinese accent, would mock
I don't.
a Taiwanese
I
accent.
don't, but that's because it wouldn't. That's because it would
mock-
violate the standard.
Would
While the
mock
Israeli
a-
accent wouldn't. One would
Are you
violate
going
the
to-
standard, the other wouldn't.
Okay. So one would violate the standard.
Yep.
Does China not rule over its country in every way, shape, or form? How is China oppressed?
Yes, but Chinese Americans.
How is China? So
when we're
oppressed?
mocking,
No, I'm talking about Chinese. I'm not talking about Chinese Americans. I'm talking about Chinese.
So why are you arguing against a claim I've never made? I'm saying amongst okay. Do you agree that when the Chinese accent is being used, it's almost always being used against Chinese people trying to speak English, mostly Chinese Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the group that's being targeted along ethnic lines. A group that has historically been marginalized through the through the Chinese Exclusion Act of the 1800s, through political propaganda that portrays them as like foreigner, alien-like people. The accent further demarking them as such. So yeah, that would be what the accent is mocking, and it wouldn't, and it would be not okay under the standard as a result.
So are Iranians not oppressed?
Are
the Iranian people not oppressed
for being Iranian? No.
Are people in Iran not being oppressed by their government?
By their government, sure, but we're talking about the marginalized on virtue of them being members of this group.
If they come to America, and they are trying to learn English, it's their second language, and Anisa mocks an Iranian American's accent, is that not a double standard?
Probably not, because
it would be, wouldn't it?
Why would it be?
Because if the Iranian people are oppressed,
no, but
an Iranian comes to America to
just so we're clear, Iran. We have Iran itself, various ethnic groups. The accents within Iran probably vary significantly depending on what community you're part of, etc. My question. Okay. So with that being said, fuck, what was I about to say? So in regards to Iranians in specific, I guess the mockery would not be occurring along. I mean, depending on the context she's mocking it wouldn't be targeting them for being ethnically Persian, would it?
She said, we are not allowed to have dogs in Tehran.
Yeah, I remember. Hit me. So you said the Iranian people are being oppressed. The Iranian people are being oppressed as a national group for political reasons, not as an ethnic group.
Yeah.
That the oppression is ethnic in root. That's why I kept adding the ethnic or racial basis criterion, right? The Iranian people are not being oppressed as a race. It's occurring from their own government, right? Nobody's gonna take offense if you go and mock specifically the North Korean accent.
Anisa was explicitly mocking him his accent based on his race.
Who?
She has no idea what his political affiliation is. The only thing that was stated was that he was from Iran.
Wait, who are we talking? Wait, okay, we're not talking about another case, are we?
It's the guy from 90 Day Fiance.
If she's mocking,
that she was mocking the accent of,
for being racially, I mean, I'd have to see
for being Persian, for being from Iran.
Yeah, I'd have to see the clip. That could be a double standard.
You can look it up on fucking YouTube. You can look up.
That could be a double standard. We're talking about this clip.
I'm not watching the stream because I was watching.
Yeah, we're talking about the Israeli accent. I'm claiming that's not a double standard.
So if she's willing to mock someone from Iran,
and then
also willing to mock. So she's willing to mock the oppressor and the oppressed. So therefore,
Yeah, but your claim
that is a double
yeah,
standard.
no, but your claim is that what she's doing is so she claims by your own words to be like a leftist, ultimate leftist goddess, and the standard held by the left on average is that you adhere not to mock the accents of marginalized groups. We've added the qualifier of like particularly on an ethnic or racial basis, which I don't think you dispute, right? If that would be the double standard would be by proclaiming herself to be the ultimate leftist goddess and taking on that standard, the mockery of the Israeli accent would be a inconsistent application. And I'm explaining in the context of the Israeli accent in particular that under the standard that would be okay to mock. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, but
do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
But
do you disagree with that on its own? And then we can move on to our inconsistent. We can move on to other examples.
Restate that before I say that I disagree with that because you're a fucking weaselly little pussy.
What am I doing
and
to
want to
weasel?
fucking pressure me into answering yes before I actually comprehend
what
what you
we've
said.
come here to argue.
Repeat what you just asked.
Yeah, I'm about to. What we've come here to argue is whether or not Hila Klein's Anisa Jomha's mocker of Hila Klein's Israeli accent is a double standard or not. Me arguing against that, you arguing in the affirmative. You stated that Anisa proclaims herself to be the ultimate leftist goddess, yet the average standard held by the left is an adherence or agreement to not mock marginalized groups on an ethnic or racial basis, right? Now,
yes,
under this so I'm explaining that this agreement, this standard, would not, her mockery or mocking the Israeli accent would be okay under this standard, and therefore her doing it would not be a double standard based on the example being discussed. Do you agree that mocking the Israeli accent under the leftist standard that I've just stated would be permitted?
According to her previously expressed values, I think it would be a double standard, but she's apparently shifted to
under what you've
both
agreed,
the oppressor and the oppressed.
Okay. So let me ask one more time. Do you agree that under the standard of not mocking marginalized groups or peoples along an ethnic or racial basis, do you agree that mocking Israeli accents would not violate that standard for the left?
Yeah, but I don't think that Anisa adheres. I think that Anisa is like a fucking retarded liar.
Cool.
And I think
you don't
that
need to like Anisa.
You're trying.
We're done.
I think that you're trying to apply. I think that
that's what I came here to argue.
Think
We're
that
done.
the online left. I think that you try to apply the online left to average leftists, and I think that you're really trying to poison the well for the rest of the well-meaning people like me, who aren't bigoted, but also think that some of the things that are being perpetuated by people like Anisa are pretty gay and retarded.
That's great. I don't like Anisa either. You don't have to like her.
Well,
so
all right.
What is this about me?
Good talk.
Okay.
No, I just think that I think that you try to like you're like a little bit of a debate pedophile, but
how so?
Besides that, I think you're all right. No, well, yeah, because you like debate. I think it's pretty gay.
All right, well, fair enough. Teach his own, I guess. Take care. Well, I got a concession on what we were arguing on. Cool. Let me read super chats real quick. I don't know what dude, I'm having marijuana withdrawals. Okay. Thank you so much, Will, for the 5. Thank you, and Fix for the 10. Take some shekels, Aiden, and then Will with the 5. Aiden is trying to zero in on one point. The guy is saying as a whole. Well, that's why I constantly repeat to people what they are arguing, so there's no room for that confusion. Because sometimes you'll have like an hour-long argument with Gamma where he'll claim he's actually arguing something completely different than the thing that was being debated from the first place. So I like to constantly restate what we are arguing about so that that is clear to all participants. And then anything else that got brought up in that matter would just be a pivot, right? So Infixed, who is a leftist, mocks Indians, and so Infixed would be from a group of, if he is, I don't know if Infixed is a leftist or not, first of all, but assuming he is, he's from a group of leftists that would be a statistical outlier. Leftists that are in the, you know, more edgy Chud Logic community or social right Chud Logic. He would be what you'd call a dirtbag leftist. The average leftist is probably not going to be a dirtbag leftist. I'm a dirtbag leftist. I'm not reflective of the average person on the left. I think, personally, that it is okay to make fun of or make jokes about anyone and everyone. The problem I have when the right does this is that very often jokes are being used as like a pussy disguised way to just like, you know, make some sort of claim or enforce some sort of stereotype about an ethnic group that you're actually not willing to argue for yourself on substance. He ran circles around Aiden while he was drunk. That was Green coming in with the worst opinion of all time. So cool. Debate this Green guy? Green's not going to debate me on shit. He can call in if he's not going to actually seriously debate me on anything. Anyone else is welcome to call in and debate if they'd like. But I think that my position on that was made pretty clear. I don't know how much more I could say. You do know that Israelis are Middle Eastern, though. Yeah, I know that geographically they're in the Middle East, but they are part of a category that differs from the Middle East, the rest of the Middle East, to such an extent where reducing them to just Middle Easterner in this context would be misleading as the more accurate, because of their exceptional nature in the Middle East. It would require an exceptional term beyond Middle Easterner, like Israeli, right? Like when we're saying someone is an African American, if we're talking about like a white guy that was a white American that was like born in Zimbabwe or Rhodesia at the time, we obviously would probably specify more than just African American, because this guy is white. Something that compared to the average African American would make him so exceptional that the descriptor African American would not be useful or helpful, or probably should be used within that context. Well, I have black people on my mind because I was talking about earlier, I guess. I don't know. It's just where my mind went. Listen, I confess. There's this girl I like. And can't get my mind off of her. Some say that so I call her my African jewel, and it's just coming out subconsciously now. I need help. Serious help. You disagree that a majority of Israel is Arab? They're not, are they? I'm pretty sure the majority of Israel is Jewish, right? But within that Jewish majority, you have majority Mizrahi Jews, which are different kind of Jew than I am. They're Jews that when the Romans burned down the temple, the diaspora formed in the Middle East as opposed to Europe, where Ashkenazi Jews come from. That makes up the Israeli majority, and why the average Israeli is probably way darker than I would be. Even though the governing class, I'm pretty sure, is mostly Ashkenazi. I thought you had a crush on Dickers. Good one, buddy. Good one. They're darker due to their... Well, it's not just that. Obviously, so you have what's called admixture. So, like, for example, I've explained this before. When people say Jews, right? Why do Ashkenazi Jews look white? Why do Ethiopian Jews look black, despite technically belonging to the same ethnicity? It's something called admixture, right? There have been contributing populations. So wherever the Jews went, like the ones that went to Europe, the Ashkenazi Jews, the working theory is, because the Ashkenazi Jewish matrilineal line is predominantly European. The working theory is that Jewish exiles married Roman women at some point after the temple had burned, and then they'd moved up to what Ashkenaz is known as the Holy Roman Empire, where they formed a distinct diasporic population. Now, some of the Jews did not go to Europe. They went to the Middle East, so the contributing populations to their admixture were Middle Eastern in origin, and they have darker skin than Europeans because their skin produces more melanin, because their people have, for thousands of years, lived under the sun. So that's why they would be darker, not just because they get a better tan than I do. What point have I butchered? The majority of Israelis are not Arabs. That's just true. The majority of Israelis are not Arab. In terms of the Middle East, almost, hold on, because we know Iran is not. We know Iran is not in the middle. Those are Persians, obviously. But I'm pretty sure, is Israel the only non-Arab majority in the Middle? Yeah. Or no, Iran is in the Middle East. Iran is in the Middle East. It's Turkey. No, Turkey's in the, what? So what's the, yeah, so Iran, so where does the Middle East start and end? I guess, yeah, it would start, okay, it would start where, gotta. I know Turks are not Arab. I know that Turks are not Arab. The distinguisher of what is the Middle East is geographical, not ethnic. But besides Iran and Turkey, with the exception of Iran and Turkey, like the Middle East, as we talk about it, right, is almost all Arab majority countries, with the exception of Israel, right? So a lot of times people are doing a quote-unquote Middle Eastern accent. It's a mockery of the Arab accent specifically, or Arabs attempting to speak English. Hope we cleared that up. Okay, so what are we gonna do for the last 20 minutes? What are we gonna do for the next 20 minutes? Nick lives so rent-free in Anisa's head that she's literally replying to random Nick snarkers on Twitter. Also, Anisa's reply was hidden due to being flagged as probable spam. For reference, the Sleepy guy is one of those, he's not, I don't, is Sleepy even in Spicy Chat? Spicy Chat is literally just like the term for everything we don't like. There's like 5 people now that are like distinct Spicy Chatters. And they barely even talk. They talk about like what they're doing with their like wives after work. Sleepy started as an icy chatter, my friend. It's okay though. It's okay. Rewrite history. Rewrite history. It's fine. Pretend icy chat never had any influence. Who's made it his life's mission to militantly A-log every single thing Nick does. He doesn't do that. If you scroll his Twitter, like 90% of his tweets are about him. I actually haven't scrolled his Twitter, so that might be true. And in the process, he's also turned into one of the Jomha's strongest soldiers. So if the thing being criticized specifically is living rent-free in people's heads and 90% of content mentioning or being about one, or in this case, 2 people, then you're completely delusional. What exactly is it that you think Nick does? Your super chat was sent in AU currents. What is the argue? CV and fixed. It seems like you two have a disagreement, and I wish there was some stream that people could come on to hash out their disagreements. So I invite both of you to come sit down and hash it out on the Aiden Underground YouTube channel. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Speaking of super chats, by the way, great way to help out the stream. Help us make above Alabama minimum wage this stream. Would be to tip. You could tip through Streamlabs, super chats. Great way to help out the channel. Another great way to support the channel is by liking the stream if you've not yet already. No, she's trying to expose where he lives for no... Okay, you guys want to just hop in VC? Let's deal with this. Let's platform this. Nothing. Nothing. There never is anything, is there? Making fun of accents is usually something people find offensive. I don't care because I'm racist, but that's how most people see it. That's not true. Most people who would take any issue with making fun of accents actually only take issue with the mockery of specific accents. Leftists abroad probably don't take much issue with you. If a European tried to mock an American accent in America, nobody would probably take any reasonable issue with that along some sort of like nationality offense lines, right? In regards to the British accent, most leftists wouldn't take offense to that, etc. The standard is that certain accents, as a result normally of the community that's being targeted's perception as a historically marginalized ethnic or racial group, that the accent would then not be okay, as opposed to if that criterion is met, then it would be, right? That's the standard. And if that is the standard, then Israeli accents would be okay to mock as a result. Yo, thank you so much for the 5 Noonian stars. Sleep Fund, super base, much appreciated. You guys noticing a difference? I slept, man. I slept. You guys see any difference in me? Can you debate Augie? Me and Augie have had enough debates in private where we could probably... I mean, it would probably provide YouTube content for like a period of 2 years straight. Your skin looks slightly less pasty. Pasty. I've heard that word used a lot, but I don't know what it means. Pasty. No, not a pastry. Pasty. No, I don't... A pasty is a... I'm not hungry. Of a person's face. Unhealthy and pale. Got it. Anti-white rhetoric? No, I'm kidding. I don't give a... No, I've been getting sun. So I had some beautiful days here. So this morning, I took the time to go for another nice walk. Getting that sunshine. They say for your circadian rhythm, 10 minutes direct exposure daily is good for your circadian rhythm. Good for waking you up. So that's what I've been doing. I lost track of my thoughts 2 times in that debate, but that's because sometimes I'm literally thinking so fast that I actually like can't articulate where I was at previously. Anyways. Sleepy makes a video, I guess, responding. That's been happening a lot. It's because I was smoking fucking weed.
Decided to be offended.
THC is such a cognitive shot in the kneecap. Okay? That's the problem. And it stays in your system. I gotta wait for it to completely detoxify.
On their behalf.
Hold on. How do I, turn up? Dude, 360p my ass. 720p.
I'm a big fan of Nicholas DeOrio. What can I say? You do your research.
That's why you should be in government. You're good at you do not need... Being good at debate is actually not relevant at all for politics. You just need to know the right people, have a squeaky clean past, which I don't have. I guess you don't need a squeaky clean past, do you? With his well, he's the exception. But you know, you need to know the right people. Typically speaking, unironically, my biggest cope, do you remember the key guys? Like McKee's, Alan Lichtman with the election? I think his cope is correct. I think his keys are accurate and a good tool for determining, on average, who the next president might be. And I think that Trump is such a unique political candidate that the keys didn't work. But I think in general, not always, in general, for your typical run-of-the-mill election, his keys are pretty solid.
I don't know.
I know.
Not only is that offensive,
Trump is an exception. Trump is a deviation from the norm, not a representation of it.
Also bad. Like, it's a bad impression.
Or I guess maybe he is.
The ultimate
Unfortunately, maybe he might be now. We got to see what's coming next.
review guy thought that impersonating Eli Klein was a bridge too far. That's a little offensive. By the way, the Wiggler that he uses as his little persona, because God forbid he shows his face on camera when he decides to shit talk someone. That
True. This is a call out to you, Queeman. You, all the Wiggler types need to go. If your face is already public, you are only using a Wiggler because you don't want to have to take a shower and look like decently presentable for a stream. That is the only reason you would not want to show your face. So this is a call out of you, Nicholas DeOrio, and you, Queeman. Take a shower.
Character is actively wearing an ultimate rape review helmet as he's saying that an impression is offensive. And I mean, when I saw Anisa's clip, the first thing that I thought of was not what is H3H3 going to say about this. Obviously, they're going to find it offensive. What I was thinking,
this guy doesn't chew on gum. He chews on fucking bricks, dude.
Was, how is Nick DeOrio?
What is that jaw? Dude, his jaw, it is like actually like crazy how strong his jawline is.
Going to avoid covering this, because I had no expectation that this guy, who has a massive background in the commentary community before becoming a shill for the clients, would openly say on his stream that he found an impression of someone offensive.
Imagine going to XQC and you're like, hey dude, what are you gonna cover today? Bro, this is fucking crazy. Literally someone been fucking JFK got fucking assassinated. I got so much to say about it. Like, what are you expecting?
Okay, to be fair to DeOrio here, I don't think DeOrio is saying like he thinks DeOrio's saying the offensive part is relevant because he thinks that the offensive part is a violation of Anisa's standards, not that they're reflective of his. And I'm explaining that on that point, he's wrong. If DeOrio's point is that it's just offensive and you shouldn't do it, period, which I don't think that's the point he was making, then yeah, this example would work and refute that as well. So he's kind of wrong no matter which way you slant this, but I don't think this was the point that DeOrio was trying to make.
Fucking XQC to say about JFK's assassination? Nothing.
As someone who grew up in Quebec, I found that deeply offensive. Okay, what the fuck, Nick, you fucking asshole. How dare you go after XQC? Don't you know it's his second language?
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
Yes. Dude, like when they do the tolerant left, back at it again. The tolerant left. To be like a tongue-in-cheek, like, look, you guys are you apply double standards. Look how intolerant you are. When has it ever been a leftist position to be tolerant of everything? So it's like invent what the left thinks and then attack them on those lines. Invent what the left thinks so that what they're presently doing is contradicts it, and then attack them along those lines, even though that's never a standard that they've argued for or held.
God, the only people you're not allowed to
How much is Dad, how much is DeOrio paid? Yeah, dude, I'm bought and paid for. Control the opposite. J-Stock getting on stream. Well, actually, Aiden's segment can be viewed as favorable to DeOrio, because you see, like,
size are Israelis, apparently. How dare you do an impression of a self-proclaimed IDF soldier who volunteered to go on to a night raid into a terrorist city, as Ethan Klein would say.
So I was a soldier.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah,
dude, a terrorist city. Dude, we've got terrorist schools, we've got terrorist hospitals, terrorist babies, terrorist United Nations refugee camps.
So my officers and like the
Israel, J-Stock is bouncing on a terrorist ball. J-Stock's ball is hiding Hamas inside of it and is terrorist. Do with this what you will, Benjamin Netanyahu.
The soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah to arrest terrorists. And So I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
I just wanted to know. I wanted to experience raiding a terrorist city. I mean, hell, she even
I just love Zionism so much. I just wanted to experience our ability to occupy Irredentus land claims brought by the Zionist regime. Dude,
looks like XQC in this one.
Like,
you can't make fun of both of them.
That clip of hers is just like, there's been this false narrative that's been constantly perpetuated that like Ela Klein is getting attacked just because she did her mandatory military service. Nobody's doing that. She wasn't just doing it because she had to. By her own admission in that clip, which Sleepy didn't pay, the reason she's saying she just wanted to experience it is to explain why she did it despite not being allowed to. She admitted that her commanding officer wouldn't have let her do it. She wasn't allowed to do it. That was not a part of her mandatory military service. She volunteered for that.
So bad that he even had to release a statement on Augie RFC's subreddit. Which, by the way, between me and you, Augie, I know how you feel about this stuff. Say something.
He did say something. I think Augie's wrong. Why? You know what? Fuck it. I'll text him. Hold on, I'll add bitch at the end. Alright, I messaged
Maybe
Augie.
DeOrio's been associating with
Augie right now is where Chud Logic was months ago. And in both cases, you know, I get my own little seat over here to watch, but I don't understand at this point, why is there a shared Reddit? Like at this point, just give Nick the Reddit. Be a free thinker, disassociate, give Nick the Reddit. It's not an RFC Reddit anymore, is it? It's just for the DeOrio wine moms.
the clients too much, but he's starting to play their tactics. In the clip I'm about to show you, the H3 podcast crew
By the way,
decides to
I don't know if you guys noticed, we're nearly halfway to Streamly goal. Will we hit it? Will we hit it? Who knows? But great way to help out the streams is by supporting us through tipping. Streamlabs Super Chats. Another great way to support the streams is to clip like hell. You see a funny clip, you see a clip of me giving my take on something, you see a clip of something actually happening on an Aiden stream, cut it, put it on Twitter, streamer @ExiledAiden does blank, blank happens, etc. Maybe throw in some keywords there that are trending. Who knows? Another great way to help us out is by liking, subbing, joining the Discord, and follow me on Twitter.
And 6 minutes trying to figure out if smelling like pennies is an anti-Semitic joke.
Tamara, she creeps me out for real. She looks like she smells like pennies, yeah.
I am sorry, but what the fuck is that?
Well, that's what I wanted to say. This is what I want to talk about. Because I thought about that, and right away I was like, "Whoa!"
Wow, the anti-Semitism is accosting.
Really went in on the Jew shit there.
Why even risk being misconstrued as anti-Semitic for nothing?
These folks misconstrue everything as anti-Semitic.
Well, it's probably because it's a live stream, and it was just like he agrees that she probably didn't mean to come off that way, or I think that's why he's emphasizing that. I don't think this was like something that like whenever you're making a joke, if your intention isn't to make it about a given group, then you're probably not entering it with additional considerations, and that would probably just be like incidental, right? And he seems to be able to acknowledge that this was occurring in a live context, so she's not going to be really thinking about, like, could this joke be potentially interpreted this other way that differs from the way in which I mean it? Probably not, no. Could I see, is it insane to maybe think that that could be anti-Semitic in general? No, you could maybe see it that way, but in this context, knowing who Anisa is, the group that she does have to save face for, etc., she's probably not making an overtly anti-Semitic joke. That's more so just something that could be taken from it, and thus a misunderstanding or misinterpretation.
All the time. That's like half of the content on the podcast. But you know, it's totally cool.
Why give her grace though? Because I think her making that, incidentally, the joke itself is not inherently anti-Semitic. Could the joke be interpreted as anti-Semitic? Yes, depending on what you think she meant. So where are we left to figure out if it's anti-Semitic or not? by figuring out what she meant and what she intended to do. And that being a stupid incidental joke that has incidental anti-Semitic implications that she didn't intend for would take the least amount of steps to get to, as opposed to saying the person who, whether you believe she's grifting it, whether you believe she's grifting, or whether you believe she's genuine about it, we agree that Anisa is appealing to a left-wing fan base. To make an overtly anti-Semitic joke about like a Nazi stereotype of Jews would be unacceptable on the left, right? You even would admit, if you think, oh, well, the left is you would think that they even if you agreed to that, which isn't true, you would agree that they say Zionist instead of Jew. They avoid overtly attacks on Jews as a group. It's Israeli centered. So the odds of her willingly and voluntarily making a joke that pertains to specifically Jewish ethnic stereotypes, as opposed to her making a joke and those stereotypes that could be pulled incidentally, it's probably the latter. That would be far more likely based on the given audience she attempts to appeal to.
Kosher, apparently going over Sneako's nudes, laughing about it. How dare you say that one of the crewmates on the podcast smells like pennies? Oh, by the way, we're gonna laugh our asses off like this.
What the fuck? You just got that? You just got
I was about to say, don't scroll up. All right, listen. What is going on with Sneeko? That is the gayest man alive. What the hell was that?
What's going on with Sneeko? That's the gayest man alive. In response to his nudes that were shared by Brandon Buckingham being leaked. They can say whatever the fuck they want about whoever the fuck they want, whenever they want. But you dare say anything that they can fucking twist or misconstrue in their own way, they will twist it and they will spend 6 minutes telling you about it.
And you know what's crazy? She did this after, in her first stream, she had this story about how Ethan and I show up late to the podcast and then leave right after, so we have no soul. She said that we have no soul.
Oh, I'll pull that. We got that.
But people also pointed that is racist. Like
What?
making people seem inhumane.
What?
And less than.
You show
You know what? Stunning. So true. So true.
up late to your podcast, and I don't think you put any soul into your podcast. That's racist. It gets to a point.
It's actually anti-Semitic. To call my channel boring. Please just note this going forward.
Stop being a fucking crybaby. I genuinely think DeOrio has just spent too much time watching their content and supporting their ideas. Or worse.
I think crybaby is the perfect explanation for Ela and Ethan. Just so you know, when I started this, like even any general, I started this slightly sympathetic because I thought that Ela and Ethan were pro-Palestine. I thought that, yeah, people were unfairly being biased against them and assuming they're pro-Israel just because they're Jewish. Then I actually did more than 2 seconds of research. And slowly, over time, I've realized that they're not just like all randomly swarming around and attacking one guy just because he's Jewish and his wife is Israeli, right? As I did more research, I learned that pro-Palestinian position, I guess, to me, my interpretation of Ethan's pro-Palestinian stance is he seems incredibly sympathetic to Israel as a state and its existence, and will only say exactly what he has to be socially accepted amongst normies in regards to the broader Israel-Palestine discussion without actually crossing into the line of taking a solid anti-Israel stance, like a stance against Israel as a state, which is what the leftists believe in, right? With that being said, the crybaby shit comes into play because I've noticed, I thought they all were just coming after him for no reason. When I went to his Instagram, I noticed that when they're not talking about him, he's talking about them a lot. Like, a lot. When on completely unrelated subject, it's like, why is Hassan coming after Ethan? And I go to his Instagram. Hassan hasn't spoken about the guy. I go to Ethan's Instagram, and it's just constantly talking about it. Just constantly talking about him, everything he does. When it wasn't Hassan, it was Taylor Lorenz. When it wasn't Taylor Lorenz, it was Anisa. And he was so neurotic in his constant posting about these people. He ended up signal boosting some completely nonsensical bullshit allegation against Anisa doing something with a 17-year-old, which is why the whole notion that Ethan should sue her for defamation is fucking hilarious, right? That's hilarious. But this doesn't come off to me as is potentially what these people are saying about it from a like default normie position. If you haven't looked at this yet, could it be the case that these people are still out of whack, even though he's like maybe provoking some of it? Sure. But the narrative that I feel like has been spread by people like him and others, that he's some sort of helpless victim that is being constantly attacked despite doing nothing. When it seems to me like he's constantly lighting fires when there are none to complain about.
Maybe he's always just been like this. Hey Nick, are you a crybaby for money, or is this all for the love of the game? Nick DeOrio's entire content strategy for the past year has been siding with Ethan Klein on every possible situation and belittling and shitting on anything if they fucking breathe wrong, belittling everything that Ian and Anisa do. I mean, I was watching this guy's VOD last night and he's talking about Anisa's jewelry, how it's cheap and ugly. These people get comfortable criticizing people's relationships, talking about how iDubbbz is a cuck in his relationship, how Anisa's the one wearing the pants. And it made me think, I wonder about Nick.
I mean this sincerely, and this is not like me doing some blind. I think iDubbbz is like total beta male. Don't get me wrong. Okay, don't get me wrong, but like not any more so than like the normie betas that I see on a day-to-day basis. But like is like the cuck shit really like not as like, I just don't find it that funny. Like, I don't know, it's not because there's anything wrong with it, it's just because like with the amount the joke has gone on, the amount it's been reiterated, I just can't empathize with the people that sit down every time they hear an iDubbbz like cuck joke and actually laugh. I don't really understand like what's going on in their mind. It's just not that interesting or funny. If everything that you think about Anisa, Jomha, and Ian is correct, let's just assume for argument, I don't know one way or another, let's assume it's all correct. Every reason you don't like them is correct. These people are still incredibly uninteresting. That they wouldn't warrant or necessitate the amount of coverage that has been given. There's nothing like exceptional here. Just sounds like losers. Just sounds like fucking weird losers. I know a ton of weird losers, famous weird losers, right? What I've always wanted to know is what is it about this case that evokes such interest?
Nick DeOrio's relationships. You know, I've been around a long time in this whole commentary thing, and I just remember seeing a tweet, something that Nick DeOrio posted.
Tonka, when did the tears come out of my eyes? I was crying.
When did the tears come out of your eyes? Probably when that girl said she wasn't your girlfriend on that post. That was the saddest shit I've ever seen.
What girl said she wasn't my girlfriend?
When you posted a picture of you holding somebody's hand.
Everyone does this. You did that to the weirdo you were covering. The weirdo that I was covering for weeks did a series of things and behaved in a manner that was actually completely exceptional. He would be anomalous as like cringe people go, right? I don't know many people that adopt families, and I don't know many people hold on. I don't know many people that in combination adopt families, are known for having hours of endless cringe, like group confrontation content. This is incredibly irregular and abnormal as the average cringe person goes. There is something exceptional about that case that would be worthy of the extent of coverage I was giving it, right? What piqued my general interest was the fact that this person had actually been propped up within the given community that he was confronting people in, which was also abusing people in, etc. And I wanted to remove that image he's tried to build, right? The thing about Ian is, I don't know many people, even on the normie side, that particularly care for the guy. And there's nothing really that exceptional about him, is there?
Just trying to be vague about it, and then they're like, you have a girlfriend? And the girl's like, no, he's my best friend.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
That was funny as fuck.
It's hilarious.
No,
It's
that was funny as
hilarious.
fuck. Okay, so that didn't happen, Nick.
Nick,
did that happen or not?
Yeah, it absolutely happened.
You posted a vague picture of you holding somebody's hand, or like fucking some shit, and then do you have a girlfriend? She's like, no, he's my best friend and not my girlfriend.
Do not talk about my fucking personal life on here.
It's not your personal life. It's a tweet you made. It's a tweet you made, Nick.
Publicly,
Nick, it's a tweet you made. That's not your personal life.
Do not fucking.
It's a tweet you made. It's not your personal life. It's a tweet, not your personal life, dork.
Whoa, yo, you think it's cool to talk like I intentionally don't name people like this specifically because I keep that part of my life very off the internet.
No, you don't. You try to post it and look cool, and you didn't look cool.
It was her idea.
Like, it goes both ways, just so we're clear. I don't find a lot of, like, the DeOrio. I don't find a lot of the DeOrio jokes or the shit that has people, like, dying about DeOrio. I don't find that particularly funny either. I just, like, I don't know. Maybe I just can't empathize. Maybe Gamma was right. Maybe I don't have empathy. Maybe I need to learn empathy. Am I right, guys? Am I learn empathy? But I just, some of these, like, I just can't, I sometimes am at a complete loss for why people find certain things interesting or funny. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe I want to laugh too. Maybe I want to laugh for once. Have you considered that? Maybe I want to be in on the joke too, and maybe I want to smile. Is that too much for you to accept?
She had to make the fucking post in the first place. I told her.
I'm sure it was.
She did. That's none of your fucking business.
Then why'd you post it on Twitter, Nick?
It doesn't belong in this argument.
It's none of my business. Why is it up there, Nick? Why'd you post it if it's none of anybody's business?
All you guys have is looking into people's personal lives, and it's really
how is this your personal life, Nick?
Why are you bringing it up in a fucking debate, Tonka?
Because it's funny. Remember, it's about things that are funny. We're debating. We're debating, Nick. Is that what's happening?
See, laugh at this all you. This is unironically what Jay Stock did to me.
Oh, did Nick?
If you're wondering what they're all laughing about, and DeOrio is getting
this is recent. No, this was from 6 years ago. This was on Redman Radio, run by somebody by the name of Tonkasaw from the former internet blood sports era, who famously would challenge people in the middle of fights to actually go and fight him in real life, and that he was some pro wrestler or some shit. And when someone actually finally said, you know what, yeah, sure, let's do it, and took him on that, he did not show up for the planned fight, became an internet embarrassment, was never taken seriously again, and left the internet, and is probably dead in whatever fucking sack of shit trailer park he crawled out of in Alabama. So I don't know where he's at now.
Extremely defensive about, it's this tweet.
He ran from a debate with me a long time ago, so I don't particularly like the guy.
DeOrio posts an image of him clinking glasses with what appears to be a woman.
Those are cups, not glasses, Sleepy. What about this? What kind of glasses you guys use in Canada? Those are plastic cups.
Someone replies, I guess you have a girlfriend. The woman in question replies, we aren't dating, but he's my best friend. And DeOrio responds, shh, women. Any man that has ever lived, okay, any man that has ever existed has been friend zoned, okay? That happens. It's a part of life. And 99% of the time, I would not be criticizing or making fun of somebody getting friend zoned. But with Nicholas DeOrio, there's something cosmically beautiful about it. Nick makes most of his money by criticizing and shitting on a couple that he just does not like. Well, a couple that Ethan Klein does not like. And frankly, it's a couple that, despite all of the hate online that they've had for years, has been able to stick together. I'm not saying that they're a great couple or a couple that I would model my relationship after, but you gotta give it.
I have modeled my relationship after them. I will only be with women who are comfortable having sex with random black men of my choosing every weekend while I sit in the corner and cry. So I've taken inspiration from them. Ladies, I know it sounds too good to be true. Just send me a DM.
To him, despite all of the hate, despite every single commentary YouTube channel, including my own, making fun of them, they have stuck it out. And DeOrio, throughout this entire time, has been a sad, lonely, single loser, LARPing that he has some sort of relationship on Twitter and then getting called out in a debate in a Discord call.
Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about.
That was funny as fuck.
It's hilarious.
No, that was funny as fuck. Okay, so that didn't happen, Nick. Nick, did that happen or not?
Yeah, it absolutely happened.
You posted a vague picture of you holding somebody's hand or like fucking some shit, and then do you have a girlfriend? She's like, no, he's my best friend and not my girlfriend.
Do not talk about my fucking personal life on here.
You know, another question I asked was, why don't you show your face when you're shit talking people? You know, why don't you put on a face cam, grab a helmet that says Ultimate Rape Review, and actually live the part a little bit? You know, it takes a lot of the oomph out of your bullying when you're hiding behind a little wiggler. What are you,
True, but Sleepy would never say this about Queeman. Would never say this about Queeman. Queeman off limits. The new cabal has decided Queeman off limits. It's all true. It's all true. It's all true, though. It's all true. end the Wiggler, I don't know, end Wiggler gate, dude.
Afraid? You afraid to show your putrid malformed chins? Nick, you're a pussy. And you've gotten into one of the best financial situations you could have ever dreamt of. But all it cost was your fucking soul. Joe Rogan should give Hila back her meds. What meds were you talking about there? A horse dewormer? Remember when you and the boys were calling her a horse-faced bitch? Did you switch?
That was me, actually, and that resulted in the suspension of my first Twitter account, which is why, or not my first, my second Twitter account, which is why I have held a lifelong grudge against the Kleins.
Because you found it offensive, Mr. Ultimate Rape Review? Or did you switch because the money's so fucking good?
You call this just some charm?
I have the ugliest necklaces next to the ugliest tattoos from the ugliest personality.
Yo, where's your face cam, Nick? Hey, Nick, where's your face cam? Nick likes to talk about materialistic things. He's a big fan of watches. He's criticizing Anisa's cheap necklace. I also found out that he's got a pair of $600 glasses. I found out about this because he was
with the amount of money he's making, that's fine.
Criticizing Anisa's cheap necklace. I also found out that he's got a pair of $600 glasses.
Bro, you can tell this guy. Yes, this is why I'm a little like. There's certain newcomers where they come to the scene and it's like, okay, you're clearly trying to like dick suck for one side and get in the good graces of this side. Like you clearly don't actually care about any of this. I saw this with Morale for a while when he would like, when everyone would have like a negative take of Willie Mack and then Morale would come in and be like, yeah, this is the most egregious fucking disgusting behavior from Willie Mack that I've ever fucking seen. And like, dude, you're trying too hard. And then I had that for a while with Liquid Sonic. I'm like, oh, you just want like to be friends with Queeman or something, I guess. But Liquid Sonic once again has proven me. I think he's impressed me. He's impressed me. But you see this sometimes with the up and comers.
I found out about this because he was talking about it in his story from VidCon. Now, if you're not aware, Nick DeOrio has told this VidCon story a couple of times, once on his stream, once on his podcast, and then...
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, as always, great way to help us out, help us hit halfway to stream goal, make above Alabama minimum wage, is to tip through Streamlabs, Super Chat, all that great shit. Another great way to help out the streams is by joining the Discord server where you can talk to me. Another great way to help out the streams by following me on X, where you can also tweet out clips of the stream of interesting moments, which I will likely retweet.
Second time on his stream. Now, when Nick tells you this story, he wants you to believe that some flamboyant gay man confronted him over his coverage of Bo Blacks. That this pipsqueak had some
I can't attest this. I was barred from this party supposedly Dream was at because I was not 21. Because that, I guess, even though I was an adult, couldn't go. So I'm 21. I wasn't even going to drink.
Sounding voice.
Oh yeah, I like the stream. Forgot about that. Thank you so much for reminding me.
I don't like you.
For the record, this is what net loss sounds like.
All right, I want to.
It's gonna be. What? Is this video so recent? Wait, this has never happened before. Is this video actually so recent that the stream where I'm talking about it on right now is in the recommended bar for the video that we are presently watching? That's literally never happened before to me. This is not just a cameo. This is this stream. This is like literally the stream you're watching right now. Dude, he just like fucking threw this out there.
Start off by saying that I'm neither a capitalist nor am I not a capitalist.
I don't think
that's ever happened before.
Nick is very good at impressions here.
Dude, I guess it's just a byproduct of slop.
It's like, I don't like you. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, so wait, what are you going to do about it? And he's like, and then I just called him a slur. I'm like, you're acting like a slur right now.
You called him a slur? I thought that would be offensive, wouldn't it?
So he snatched my glasses off my face and started dancing seductively at me. So I followed him for like 2 seconds and I realized he's not turning around. And then I walked back.
It all connects. Now, if somebody takes glasses off your face, what do you do about it? Would you just call him a slur and let him walk away with your glasses? Or are you going to go get back your glasses?
Oh, they're prescription. You can have them back. I'm like, yeah, thanks for my $600 glasses, asshole.
Yeah, but if you went to go like take my glasses or
if somebody went to go touch you in general, like it's not taking about if somebody you don't know goes and tries to touch your fucking face, you would I guess maybe not everyone. Maybe I have like, I don't know, but like I would like, you would instinctively go and grab their fucking arm to stop them from touching your face. To get to that point where they're actually able to put their hand, take the glasses off, put it on, and walk away. You just have to be kind of like sitting there, frozen.
Or he did, then he's just gonna get smacked, bro. That's not my fault. It's your fault.
You gotta understand, I'm in like an aura right now. Like the fucking
Nick's buddy Vega would.
Would I fight them? No, because I'm not an idiot. I don't want to go to jail. Would I fight them if they fought me? Yes, for the purposes of getting them to stop fighting me and defend myself. Absolutely. In regards to actually fighting them without provocation or a reason to do so, I'm not an impulsive caveman, so I probably wouldn't do that. I'm an adult.
Smack someone to get his glasses back. But DeOrio himself, he'll let you take his $600 glasses whenever you want. You want to know why? Because Nick's a
if we had to fight like in the context of self-defense, then I might have a shot at winning because fighting dirty is allowed, right? Maybe, potentially. In general, I'm not a very tough, strong person, so in like a typical fight, no, I wouldn't win. But I wouldn't be in a typical fight because I'm not a fucking idiot that would agree to go do that. I'm talking about like purely defensive.
Short, fat, little man. That's why Nick hides behind the Wiggler. That's why his girlfriend friend-zoned him when he posted a photo of their hands on Twitter. And that's why when he was bullying his autistic transgender friend Bo Blacks.
Like if somebody's trying to punch you, and you're purely you could literally just take a glass, smash it over their head, and then stick the jagged end into their throat. Like if somebody's actually like trying to, and then pull towards you. You have to pull towards you. Not just like pull it right out. You have to pull towards you. If they're actually like trying to assault you, then yeah, you're allowed to fight dirty, right? Aiden strikes me as the type of guy who would carry around pocket sand. No? You were a green belt in Taekwondo in elementary school. This guy's trying to skinwalk Queeman away too. True. So true. This guy would never let sand. I would never let sand on my fingers. I would never let sand on my fingers.
When Net Loss decided to come and take his $600 glasses off his face, he did absolutely nothing. He's a sad, pathetic little man. Let me be clear. Little this way. Not little this way.
Dude, where's the gif of Parry trying to reach towards me?
This was such...
That's what I would have done. Where's the gif? Or it's a video, or it's a clip. I don't remember. Well, we were live. Parry did that. My defensive faculties went up. But like if you see like but like I don't know how, like, yeah, you would have to be standing still to like, just the guy walks up, takes it and walks away. You just have to be standing there and letting him do it. Hilarious. Hilarious stuff. Hilarious stuff. From the king. The king. The king of rape enabling. The king of rape enabling. Yo, J-Stog, this could be us, but like, first I'm gonna need my shit back that I left in the guest bedroom. Anyways. What else in inbox? Oh my god, dude. No, that's not what I thought that was a clavicular clip. Yeah, some of these you get like actual top, and then you occasionally get. It's mostly ED that does this. What am I supposed to say about like Canada energy agreements? When have I ever covered anything like that? Yeah, I mean, great stuff going on. All right, guys. with that being said, that is probably going to wrap up today's stream. I will be seeing you again tomorrow, where hopefully a VOD will be going out. If you want to help me out, grow to help me out, hyping the VOD when it goes out, if you have the option to do so. Really new feature from YouTube, really helps get those videos out there. Another great way to support the channel is, well, no, wait, we're done with the stream. Okay, that's it. That's all you need to do if you want to, of course. Appreciate the support. We are in trying times. But I'm sure we're in a content no, we had a lot of content to cover today. I'm motivated, I'm ready to go, and I think that things will be looking up from here on out. All right, with that being said, guys, I'm gonna go send you into Hempleton. Take care. GG. See you tomorrow.